And back up on the dock we go. Get ready for jump number 2. Good girl, Ripple. Jump number 2, almost identical. That one's going to come in at 4 feet and 1 inch on jump number 2. 4 feet and 1 inch. Good girl, Ripple. Next up on the dock, fast little border staffing mix. This will be Gosha and Rizzo. This little girl is ultra fast down the dock. It's a huge push off the end. Owns a monster personal best, almost out to 26 feet at 25 feet, 11 inches. Humongous jump. Wait till you see the size of this little girl, and she flies. On deck will be Rogue, followed by Ruby and Scout, Shadow and Sky. This is Gosha and Rizzo. Non-scored practice jump right here for Little Miss Rizzo. Wow, look at that girl go. On top of it, I believe Rizzo is 9 now, 8 or 9. I'm sure Gosha will correct me when she hears this. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here. We're going to get back down the dock. Looks like Gosha's got her set about right at 30 feet. Scored jump number 1 for Rizzo right here. Once again, huge personal best at 25 feet, 11 inches. Current average sits at 22 feet, 5 inches. Good girl, Rizzo. Really nice jump right there. Huge jump right out of the gate for Rizzo this morning, coming in at 23 feet and 0 inches on jump number 1. 23 feet and 0 inches for Rizzo. Good girl. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Gosha and Rizzo. On deck will be Candy and Rogue, followed by Mary Beth and Ruby. Sarah and Scout, Peter and Shadow, Teresa and Sky. Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper, and Addis will be the final dog of the splash. For a big jump right here out of Little Miss Rizzo. And there's a really nice jump by Rizzo. Oh, so close to an elite level jump. Still a monster jump coming in at 23 feet, 10 inches on jump number 2. 10-inch improvement out to 23 feet and 10 inches. Good girl, Rizzo. So close. Rizzo. Another one of our new teams right here. This is Candy and your Australian Shepherd, Little Miss Rogue. Fun little Aussie right here. On deck is Mary Beth and Ruby, followed by Sarah and Scout. Beautiful warm up by Rogue right there. Good girl. Got her very own personalized Atlas Outfitters weighted dock diving tug. Want to thank Jessica one more time for making all these for us. Spending her weekend up here with us this weekend. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Rogue. Does own a personal best of 13 feet, 10 inches. And there's a big one from Rogue. Holy cow, Rogue, that's a brand new personal best for you also at 14 feet and 9 inches. Almost by an entire foot, 14 feet 9 inches. Good girl, Rogue. Jump number 1, a brand new personal best by almost an entire foot. On deck, Mary Beth and Ruby, followed by Sarah and Scout, Peter and Shadow, Teresa and Sky, Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper. Final dog will be Addis. Another big jump by Rogue. Huge jump once again, over 14 feet. One more time. That one's going to come in at 14 feet and 4 inches. Good girl, Rogue. 14 feet and 4 inches on jump number 2. 2 brand new personal bests. Next up on the dock, one of our fairly new teams as well. This is Mary Beth and her golden retriever, Ruby. Got the pleasure of working with this team a couple times here in class. Made humongous strides. Fastest golden retriever down the dock I have ever witnessed myself. Just one event ago, had a personal best of right at 20 feet already, now up to 26 feet and 1 inch for a personal best. Huge, huge, huge things in this team's future. Current average now sits all the way up at 25 feet and 0 inches. Ruby will be doing a non-scored practice jump. Scout on deck, followed by Shadow and Sky. Non-scored practice jump right here for Ruby. Wow, beautiful warm-up jump right there. Good girl, Ruby. Hard to believe, just a few weeks ago this dog hadn't broke the 20-foot barrier. Super, super fast, lots of power coming down the dock. Mary Beth putting in a lot of work. They've been doing some great, great things. Huge personal best all the way out to 26 feet and 1 inch. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Ruby. Once again on deck will be Scout, followed by Shadow and Sky and Stormy. Beautiful, beautiful toss. Nice midair grab. Elite level jump on jump number 1 for Ruby. Going to come in at 24 feet and 10 inches on jump number 1. 24 feet and 10 inches. Good girl, little Ruby. Most calm dog you're ever going to see till you get her near the dock. Things completely change then. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here on deck will be Sarah and Scout, followed by Peter and Shadow, Teresa and Sky, Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper. Scored jump number 2 right here for Ruby. Jump number 2, another good one from Ruby. Going to be a little bit shorter, though. That one's going to come in at 22 feet and 5 inches on jump number 2. 22 feet and 5 inches. 2 really nice jumps by Ruby. Good girl. Good girl, Ruby. Next up on the dock, another fun brand new team. This will be Sarah and her Black Lab Scout. On deck, Peter and Shadow, followed by Teresa and Sky, Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper. Final dog of the splash. Oh, sorry, Bunker is in there as well. I can't even read my own writing. Bunker and then Addis. Sorry, Bunker, I didn't mean to skip you. I just couldn't read my own writing. This is Sarah and her black Labrador Scout. Team owns a personal best of 13 feet 5 inches. Season average sits at 11 feet and 11 inches. Brand new team, just our very last event. Good girl, Scout. Very nice, young lady. Such a fun little black lab. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Sarah and Scout. On deck is Peter and Shadow, followed by Teresa and Sky. Nice jump by Scout right there. Jump number 1 for Scout's going to come in at 11 feet and 1 inch. 11 feet 1 inch. Good girl, Scout. Scored jump number 1 comes in at 11 feet 1 inch. Jump number 2 coming up right here. Shadow on deck, followed by Sky and Stormy. Another nice jump by Scout right there. Jump number 2 going to be quite a bit bigger. That one's going to come in at 11 feet and 9 inches on jump number 2. 11 feet and 9 inches. Good girl, Scout. Good job. Are you doing 3, Peter? Thought so. Peter's going to take Shadow down the ramp, use that as his practice jump. Try to build lots and lots of confidence in these new dogs. Good girl, Shadow. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Want to make it as successful as we can for them each and every time when they're at this stage especially. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Peter and Shadow. They do on a personal best of 10 feet 8 inches. Nice job, Shadow, and a really good jump. Jump number 1 is going to come in at 9 feet and 6 inches for Shadow on jump number 1. 9 feet and 6 inches. Once again, they do on a personal best of 10 feet 8 inches. Current average sits at 9 feet and 4 inches. On deck will be Teresa and Sky, followed by Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas. Peter's got the bumper set out there about 12 feet right now. And here we go, Shadow, another good one. That was a really nice jump. And Peter's got him a new personal best coming in at 10 feet and 11 inches. Good girl, Shadow. Brand new personal best at 10 feet and 11 inches on jump number 2. Good girl, Shadow. Next up on the dock, this will be your event coordinator. This is Teresa and her Belgian Malinois Sky. Probably the most powerful dog I've ever seen in this game. 2-time super vertical national champion. Only 2 years they ever competed in this sport. Got so high they gave the game up. Just became too dangerous. Distance jump isn't quite as much Sky's forte. Running is not her favorite thing in the world. When she does decide to jump, this pool is almost too short for her. Owns a personal best of 27 feet 9 inches. Current average sits at 24 feet 11 inches. Beautiful amount of height, ton of pop off the end of the dock, great mid-air drive. Next on the dock will be Terry and Stormy, followed by Edie and Silas, Tracy and Tonic. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Teresa and Sky. Terry and Stormy on deck. Goodness. Good jump right off the bat there by Sky. That's going to be a really big one. Going to come in at 26 feet and 2 inches on jump number 1. 26 feet 2 inches for Sky on jump number 1. And this team does own a big personal best of 27 feet 9 inches. Current average sits at 24 feet 11 inches. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Teresa and Sky. Got her set right at 31 feet on the back of the dock. Dock surface is 40 feet long. You'll see competitors using various lengths depending on what they think fits best for their dog. Another good looking jump for Sky right there. Jump number 2 is going to be a big improvement. That one's going to come in over 27 feet at 27 feet and 4 inches on jump number 2. 27 feet and 4 inches for Sky on jump number 2. Still looking for that ever elusive first premier level jump. Good girl, Sky. If that dog would only run, we'd have to build a new room. This is Terry and Stormy. Team also owns a huge personal best of 27 feet 0 inches. 2020's number 1 ranked Weimaraner in all of North America diving dogs. Personal best, once again, of 27 feet 0 inches. Current average sits at 19 feet and 4 inches. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Terry and Stormy. Scored jump for Stormy. Scored jump number 1's coming in at 8 feet and 0 inches. 8 feet and 0 inches for Stormy on jump number 1. That was good. Scored jump number 2 for Stormy's coming in just a little bit shorter at 7 feet and 7 inches on jump number 2. 7 feet and 7 inches on jump number 2. Next up on the dock, this is Edie and her huge jumping male Belgian Malinois. This is Silas. Silas owns a personal best all the way out at 28 feet and 1 inch. Current average sits at 26 feet and 8 inches. On deck will be Tracy and Tonic, followed by Trinity and Trooper, Bunker, and Addis. No practice jumps for Edie and Silas. Jump number 1 for Silas Agudan coming in at 24 feet and 8 inches on jump number 1. 24 feet and 8 inches for Silas on jump number 1. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Edie and Silas. On deck once again is Tracy and Tonic, followed by Trinity and Trooper. Allison and Bunker. Addis will be the final dog of splash number 2 this morning. Bigger jump on jump number 2 for Silas right there. Much bigger actually, coming in at 26 feet and 1 inch on jump number 2. 26 feet and 1 inch. Good boy, Silas. Good boy, Silas. Next up on the dock from near Grand Junction, Colorado, this is Tracy and Tonic. Brand new team just last night, have a personal best already way out at 18 feet and 2 inches. Trinity and Trooper on deck, Allison and Bunker in the hole. Tonic will be doing the non-scored practice jump. Nice jump there on that warm-up there by Tonic. Tonic's got the big blue jolly ball. On deck once again is Trinity and Trooper, followed by Allison and Bunker. Addis will be the final dog of splash number 2 this morning. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Tonic. Once again does own a personal best at 18 feet and 2 inches. Beautiful toss, good looking jump by Tonic right there. And that also will be a brand new personal best by 1 full inch at 18 feet and 3 inches on jump number 1. 18 feet and 3 inches. There we got it. Struggling to get that handle in her mouth. And here we come all the way back. And the back leg stopped kicking. And out we come. Relaxing in the pool. Cooling off nicely. Pool water is set to 76 degrees today. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Tonic. On deck, Trinity and Trooper, followed by Allison and Bunker and Addis. Beautiful toss. Big jump by Tonic right there. Wow, we just beat that prior personal best by 4 more feet. 22 feet, 2 inches on jump number 2. 22 feet and 2 inches on jump number 2. Great toss. Beautiful run down the dock. A lot of power off the end. 4 extra feet. Holy cow. Nice jump by Tonic right there. Next up will be Trinity and Trooper, followed by Allison and Bunker. Addis will be the final dog of the splash. Do you want to take it?
That was Trooper's non-scored practice jump. Jump by Trooper, coming in at 17 feet, 3 inches. A little bit shorter at 14 feet, 3 inches. We'll take the first jump at 17 feet, 3 inches. Up next on the dock is Bunker. Bunker's first jump comes in at 18 feet 6 inches. That is a bigger jump at 19 feet 6 inches. Good job, Bunker. On the dock is Craig and Addis. Addis holds a personal best of 31 feet 4 inches. His first jump comes in at 27 feet 6 inches. This second jump was bigger at 28 feet 0 inches. First jump comes in at 25 feet, 6 inches. Callie's next jump comes in much bigger at 27 feet, 10 inches. On the dock is Astrid. Astrid. That comes in at 7 feet even. Seven feet 0 inches. A little bit bigger jump coming in at 7 feet 9 inches. On the dock, we have Ashley and Atlas. They're taking a non-scored practice jump. Big jump by Atlas at 16 feet 0 inches. A little bit bigger jump that time, setting his new personal best at 17 feet 0 inches. First jump for Cobain comes in at 3 feet 2 inches. Just a little bit shorter at 3 feet 0 inches. Jump for Bart comes in at 23 feet, 3 inches. That's a bigger jump for Bart, coming in at 24 feet, 0 inches. Good job, Bart. That's a big jump for Bash, coming in at 18 feet, 10 inches. Jump for Bash, coming in at 17 feet, 6 inches. Up next on the dock, we have Molly and Bella. Bella holds a personal best all the way out at 27 feet, 5 inches. Jump Bella coming in at 23 feet 10 inches. A little bit shorter this time at 23 feet 3 inches. Up next on the dock, we have Taz and Bourbon. They will not be taking a practice jump. A fun little team from Boise, Idaho. Started last year. Their personal best is all the way out at 28 feet 11 inches. Jump number 1 comes in at 25 feet 7 inches. Bigger jump that time by Bourbon, coming in at 25 feet 9 inches. Up next on the dock, we have Bunker. This is a fun dog to watch that has springs in its legs when it comes off the dock. That crushed his old record, coming in at 22 feet 6 inches. Came in a little bit shorter at 22 feet 0 inches. Good jump, Bunker.
All right, I'll take over reins once again from Peter here. Next up on the dock is going to be Key and Seal, followed by Peter in blue. Up on the dock now, this is Vicky, Jeff, and Seal. They are the reigning 2020 North America Diving Dogs, #1 ranked Belgian Lacanois. You've seen several Belgian Malinois earlier and throughout the day. Slight different variation. Some places do consider them one breed, not here in the USA. A little longer haired, little different personality. This team does own a huge personal best of 26 feet 11 inches. Current average sits at 20 feet 0 inches. Seal will not be taking a practice jump this round. Jeff on the front of the dock. Jump #1 for Seal's coming in right at 20 feet and 0 inches on jump #1. 20 feet and 0 inches for Seal. Right on that current average. Seal always gets a good run down the dock. See, most of his jumps have a huge amount of push off the end of the dock, a lot of power. Big male Belgian Lacanois. Once again, 2020, this was North America Diving Dogs #1 Belgian Lacanois. Several #1 in the country coming up throughout this splash. We have the #1 Siberian Husky, the #1 Belgian Malinois, the Belgian Lacanois here. Also the #1 Weimaraner. Jump #2 for Seal, going to be a little bit shorter. That one's going to come in at 17 feet and 5 inches on jump #2. 17 feet and 5 inches. Jump #1 a little bit bigger at 20 feet 0 inches. On the dock, from Boise, Idaho, this is Peter Davidson and his black Labrador Retriever. This is Blue. Last year was their first ever season competing in North America Diving Dogs. Finished overall as the #3 Labrador in all of North America Diving Dogs, with a personal best all the way out at 28 feet and 9 inches. Guest holder Jeff on the back of the dock. You just saw him up there with Seal. These guys jump and practice together up in Emmett, Idaho at Jeff's facility, Treasure Valley Jump Club. Blue once again owns that huge personal best out at 28 feet 9 inches. His current average will sit at 25 feet 4 inches. Had a couple big 27-foot jumps earlier. No practices for Blue, going right into those 2 score jumps. Peter's got him hugging the right end of the dock there. Wow, another big jump by Blue. Lot of height on that one. Nice jump right there for Blue. That one's going to come in at 25 feet and 4 inches on jump number 1. 25 feet 4 inches. On deck will be Margarita and Coco, followed by Randy and Daisy, Tracy and Decoy, Caitlin and Doc. Nice stretch by Blue on that one. Jump number 2 looked really, really nice. It is going to come in a little bit shorter at 24 feet and 8 inches on jump number 2. Another elite level jump at 24 feet 8 inches for Peter and Blue. Next up on the dock is going to be Margarita and her chocolate lab Coco, followed by Randy and Daisy, Tracy and Decoy, Caitlin and Doc. Again, this is Margarita and Coco, her little chocolate lab, fairly new team, event number 2 for this team. Already own a personal best of 19 feet and 10 inches. Their season average is way out there, also at 19 feet and 0 inches. On deck will be Randy and Daisy, followed by Tracy and Decoy, Caitlin and Doc. Beautiful toss, great looking practice jump right there for Coco. Such a fun, fast little chocolate Labrador. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Margarita and Coco, Randy and Daisy, followed by Tracy and Decoy, Caitlin and Doc, Stephanie and Finn, Marie and Gidget, Amanda, Mike and Gracie, Teresa and Hayden, Jessica and Hydra. Scored jump number 1 right here for Coco. Beautiful toss, big midair grab, beautiful looking jump right there. Very, very close to a personal best, just a little bit shorter than that one, coming in at 19 feet 8 inches. Big jump by Coco, 19 feet 8 inches. Good girl, Coco. Just 2 inches away from that prior personal best they set just last splash. Beautiful, beautiful midair catch there. On deck once again, Randy and Daisy, followed by Tracy and Decoy, Caitlin and Doc, Stephanie and Finn. Huge stretch, and that's a much bigger jump. I'm going to bet that's a brand new personal best, and by a lot. 20 feet and 11 inches on jump number 2. 20 feet and 11 inches beat that prior personal best by just over a foot. Good girl, Coco. 20 feet 11 inches on jump number 2. Great job up there. Brand new team, only event number 2 for this team. Get Coco all leashed up. Want to thank all of our competitors again. Stand ready at the back of the building, ready to go when it's your turn. We've been doing a really good job of that. I totally appreciate that. Everybody out back trying to keep them in line. Appreciate all your help as well. Want to thank Dylan Elkins as well and his team back there. Been helping out all day and all weekend. Totally appreciate that. Next up on the dock will be Randy and Daisy. Also want to thank all of our sponsors here this weekend, Wasatch Canine Fitness and Training, as well as Atlas Outfitters, Blackstone Photography, and Draw It Out. Also, once again, thank DogMode for this amazing facility we get to play in every weekend. From Boise, Idaho, this is Randy Ingram and his little yellow lab, Daisy, set a prior personal best last event out of 22 feet and 6 inches. 2 jumps very, very close to that. Splash 2 just a little bit earlier this morning. Will be a non-scored practice jump right here for this team. Beautiful, beautiful mid-air grab. Didn't quite bring it in, but had it in her mouth for just a second. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Randy and Daisy. On deck will be Tracy and Decoy, followed by Caitlin and Doc. Stephanie and the Yellow Lab, Finn, Marie and Gidget, Amanda, Mike and Gracie, Teresa and Hayden, Jessica and Hydra. Those of you tuning in out there home, not quite sure what you're watching, this is North America Diving Dogs distance jumping competition for canines. Each team gets to use as much or as little as that 40-foot surface up there we call a dock. Jump into this pool. Basically a long jump for canines. We measure the distance of each jump by looking at where the base of the tail meets the back end of the dog. Where we see that part of the dog cracking the surface of the water, that's where you'll see us take our spot and score the jump. Beautiful, beautiful toss. Big jump by Daisy right there. Jump number 1 for Daisy is a big one, coming in at 21 feet 11 inches on jump number 1. 21 feet and 11 inches. Good girl, Daisy. Oh, so close to that 22-foot mark and very near to the personal best of 22 feet and 6 inches. This weekend, this is Coffee and Donuts here at DogMode. See all the donut decorations all over the place. This is our national championship qualifying event. 6 different divisions separate this pool. The top 3 qualifiers in each one of those divisions will earn an invitation to the regional championships later in the summer. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Randy and Daisy. While we're getting there, on deck will be Tracy and Decoy, followed by Caitlin and Doc, Stephanie and Finn, Marie and Gidget, Amanda, Mike, and Gracie. Score jump number 2. Got Daisy set right now. Another nice jump by Daisy. That's a really good one. Randy also just got a brand new personal best, coming in at 23 feet 0 inches on jump number 2. 23 feet and 0 inches on jump number 2. Nice job, Daisy. Beat that personal best by 6 full inches. Good girl. 23 feet and 0 inches. Really nice jump by Randy and Daisy right there. A lot of speed that time for Daisy. Next up, that's going to bring us from Grand Junction, Colorado. This is Tracy and her Chesapeake Bay Retriever, Decoy. On deck will be Caitlin and Doc, followed by Stephanie and Finn, Marie and Gidget, Amanda, Mike and Gracie, Teresa and Hayden, Jessica and Hydra, Philomena, and Jeter, Chris, and Kobe. No practice jumps for this team. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Tracy and Decoy, the big red jolly ball. Beautiful, beautiful jump for Decoy right there. Very, very close to a personal best. That one's going to come in at 22 feet and 8 inches on jump number 1. 22 feet, 8 inches. Nice job, Decoy. Lots of distractions in here, huh, Decoy? And we're going to make a lap around the pool, and here we go. Getting all set up, ready for jump number 2. On deck, Caitlin and Doc, one of my favorite little guys, followed by Stephanie and Finn and Marie and Gidget. So we've got Decoy set near the back of the dock one more time, ready to go for jump number 2. Almost got a personal best, just a little bit short with a huge jump of 22 feet 8 inches on jump number 1. Another nice jump. That one looked to be quite a bit longer. That's going to be Decoy's first ever elite level jump, coming in at 24 feet 0 inches on jump number 2. 24 feet 0 inches in a first ever elite level jump. Nice job. Big, big jump by Decoy right there. Big jump by the Chesapeake Bay Retriever. Fantastic job with her. Can't be that. Beautiful first ever elite level jump. Those are fun ones. Jump all the way out into a brand new division. Change it from the big Chesapeake Bay Retriever now on to the teeny tiny little man known as Doc. Doc is a fun little guy out of Fort Collins, Colorado. Love having Caitlin up here to our event. She's a ton of help. Volunteers with us all weekend long. Appreciate that. Just fun to watch her and her boy up on the dock as well. Doc will be taking a non-scored practice jump. Going to use her practice jump to get him down into the water. I don't think she's had a chance to get him in the water just yet. Going to use that as that practice. Now on to the 2 scored jumps. Little man Doc has a huge personal best of 8 feet and 2 inches. Current average sits at 7 feet and 0 inches. On deck will be Stephanie and Finn, followed by Marie and Gidget, Mike, Amanda and Gracie, Teresa and Hayden, Jessica and Hydra, Philomena and Jeter. Wow, good boy, Doc. That was quick. Don't blink or you miss the whole thing. Doc just got a new personal best at 8 feet and 5 inches. Good boy, Doc. 8 feet and 5 inches. Everybody's starting to get warm up. The personal bests are starting to fall one after another. Jump number 2 coming up right here for Caitlin and Doc. Just set that brand new personal best of 8 feet and 5 inches. Another good jump by Doc. Not going to be quite as far, I don't think, but let's find out. Little bit shorter, but still a good Doc jump at 6 feet and 11 inches. Good boy, Doc. Brand new personal best, way out at 8 feet 5 inches for the little man. Good boy, Doc. That was nice. On the dock, this will be Stephanie and her big jumping yellow lab. This is Finn. This guy set a personal best just last splash, way out at 26 feet and 9 inches. His current season average sits at 24 feet and 8 inches. On deck will be Marie and Gidget, followed by Mike, Amanda and Gracie, Teresa and Hayden, Jessica, Hydra, Philomena and Jeter, Chris and Kobe. No practice jumps coming for the fast little yellow lab. I shouldn't say little because he's a big boy. Good looking jump, did leave the dock a little bit early. Still going to be a huge jump nonetheless. Clear out at 23 feet 0 inches. 23 feet and 0 inches for Finn. Good boy, buddy. Left the dock 3 to 4 feet early. Get him out to the end on that one. We're looking at close to 27 feet on that jump right there. Good boy, Finn. Really nice jump. Unfortunately, it is still always scored just from right at the end of the dock. Measurement numbers on the banner are in stone. Literally here at DogMode. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Stephanie and Finn. On deck is Marianne Gidget. Another nice jump by Finn. That one's definitely going to be quite a bit bigger. Huge jump by Finn right there. That one's much, much bigger at 25 feet and 5 inches on jump number 2. Good boy, Finn. Nice job, big guy. Nice toss by Stephanie right there, right out in front, let him all the way into the pool. He made me nervous there, Stephanie. There's a precedent already set. No, just messing with you. This is going to bring us to Marie and Gidget. On deck will be Amanda and Gracie, followed by Teresa and Hayden, Jessica and Hydra. Gidget, one of my favorite girls out here. Gidget kind of does what Gidget wants. Some days we get huge jumps out of her. Some days she just pretty much tells us off. Looks like Marie's going to bring her down the ramp for her practice jump as well. Get Gidget in the water, get a nice wind before we get started up on the dock. Quick lap and back, and we'll get her up on the dock for her first scored jump. That will count as their practice jump. And here we go, ready for jump number 1 with Gidget. 2 scored jumps coming up right here. Gidget owns a nice personal best way out at 16 feet and 4 inches. Current season average sits at 14 feet and 7 inches. On deck will be Amanda and Gracie, Teresa and Hayden, Jessica and Hydra, followed by Philomena and Jeter, Chris and Kobe. Don't make promises you can't deliver on, Deb. This is Marianne Gidget. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here. On deck is Amanda and Gracie, followed by Teresa and Hayden, Jessica and Hydra, Philomena and Jeter, Chris and Kobe. We got this, Gidge. We got this. Gidget sometimes gets a little stage fright. She does great when there's nobody here. Every now and then she sees all the people in here. It kind of freaks her out. Let's go get that tug, Gidget. Let's go get that tug. Let's get it, Gidge. Let's go get it, Gidget. Come on. Gidget has her own cheering section. We got this, Gidge. You can get it. Down to 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Marie's asking for a tug reset. Go ahead and hand it right to her. You can do it, sweetheart. We got this, Gidge. We got this, Gidget. Let's get one score in the books. Get one, we can work on number 2. We have 45 seconds left on the clock. Come on, Gidge. You got it, Gidge. $20 seconds left on the clock for Gidget. Come on, Gidge. Unfortunately, that's going to be a timeout for Gidget. Good girl. Go ahead and grab it. That's unfortunately going to be a no jump for Gidget. It's going to bring us to next up on the dock. It's going to be Amanda and Gracie, followed by Teresa and Hayden, Jessica and Hydra, Philomena and Jeter, Chris and Kobe. Then on to the L letters. We got it next time, Gidge. Good girl. Good girl, Gidget. Tiny little Labrador on the dock next, super fast down the dock. Her huge personal best at 26 feet and 3 inches will be Mike, Amanda, and Gracie. On deck is Teresa and Hayden, followed by Jessica and Hydra, Philomena and Jeter, Chris and Kobe. Non-scored practice jump coming up right here for this team. On deck once again, Teresa and Hayden, followed by Jessica and Hydra, Philomena and Jeter, Chris and Kobe, Debbie and Libby, Lourdes and Lilo. Non-scored practice jump right here. Beautiful toss, good looking warm up there. Nice midair grab by Gracie. Beautiful. I think you're right. I think you're right, Mike. That was nice. That was a thing of beauty. Once again, this team has a huge personal best of 26 feet and 3 inches. Current average sits at 22 feet and 7 inches. Little early leave off the dock right there for Gracie. Jump number 1 is going to come in right at 19 feet and 0 inches on jump number 1 for Gracie. Good girl. On deck will be Teresa and Hayden, followed by Jessica and Hydra, Philomena and Jeter. Nice way to start the splash off right there at 19 feet 0 inches for Mike and Gracie and Amanda. This team has a humongous personal best of 26 feet and 3 inches. Current season average sits at 22 feet and 7 inches. Gonna see if we can get Gracie way out in that area again. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Gracie. Wow, much, much bigger on jump number 2. That was a big one. Jump number 2 is big, coming in at 23 feet 10 inches on jump number 2. 23 feet and 10 inches. Nice job, Gracie. Good girl. Much, much bigger right there. Get Gracie leashed up, ready to go off the dock. On the dock next will be your event coordinator. This is Teresa, head trainer at Wasatch K9 Fitness and Training. And her little Labrador, Hayden. Hayden is 10 years old, has a personal best of 22 feet and 10 inches. Current average sits a little bit shorter at 18 feet 8 inches. Had a really good run last night and earlier this morning. On deck will be Jessica and Hydra, followed by Philomena and Jeter, Chris and Kobe. Non-scored practice jump coming up right here for Teresa and Hayden. A lot of energy right there for a 10-year-old. Short dock warm-up jump coming right here. Nice mid-air grab by little Hayden. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Teresa and Hayden. Once again, have a huge personal best out at 22 feet 10 inches. Current average 18 feet and 8 inches. On deck will be Jessica and Hydra, followed by Philomena and Jeter, Chris and Kobe. Good looking jump by Hayden. Score for Hayden's going to come in at 17 feet 11 inches on jump number 1. 17 feet and 11 inches. 10-year-old Hayden. Special customized Atlas Outfitters weighted dock diving tug. Want to thank Jessica once again building all these tugs for all of our competitors, as well as hanging out with us all weekend long this weekend. Been here since first thing yesterday, be here all through tomorrow. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Teresa and Hayden. Want to thank Abby of Blackstone Photography as well. We'll be here all weekend long taking your pictures. Any competitors want pictures, make sure you pre-register with Abby. Nice looking jump by Hayden. Tried to grab it out of the air right as she hit the water. Much, much bigger on jump number 2. That one's going to come in at 19 feet and 4 inches for Hayden. 19 feet and 4 inches on jump number 2. Good girl, Hayden. Next up on the dock, this is going to be Jessica and her little Belgian Malinois. This is Hydra. You will see her mother, Sky, later in the event. We have 2 sets of Malinois mothers and daughters in this event this afternoon. This is Hydra. Hydra set a personal best last splash out of 15 feet and 1 inch. Non-scored practice jump coming up right here for Jessica and Hydra. Glasses are coming off. Things are going to get serious right now. On deck will be Philomena and Jeter, followed by Chris and Kobe, Debbie and Libby, Lourdes and Lilo, Cindy and Little D. Oh, look at that. Good girl, Hydra. Nice looking jump right there. Gets that power from her mother. Again, you'll see her mother, Sky, later in the splash. In the other set, you already saw Calypso. You'll see her mother, Addis, later in the splash. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Jessica and Hydra. Another good-looking jump for Hydra. 1 extra inch, 15 feet, 2 inches, another brand new personal best. Good girl, Hydra. 15 feet and 2 inches on jump number 2, or jump number 1, excuse me. Jump number 2 coming up right here. On deck is Philomena and Jeter, followed by Chris and Kobe. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Jessica and Hydra. Jump number 2 is going to be yet another personal best, coming in at 16 feet 0 inches on jump number 2. 16 feet 0 inches on jump number 2 for Hydra. Good girl. Back-to-back personal best. Good little Malinois, Hydra. Very nice. Good girl, Hydra. That's going to bring us to another one of my favorite teams here, all the way from the St. George, Utah area. This is Philomena and her black dog, Jeter. Non-scored practice jump coming up right here for this team. On deck will be Chris and Kobe, followed by Debbie and Libby, Lourdes and Lilo, followed by Cindy and Little D, a.k.a. Daenerys. The name Jeter does sound familiar to you. Definitely is where it came from. Named after Hall of Fame shortstop Derek Jeter of the New York Yankees. Brakes applied on practice jump right there for Jeter. All wet, ready to go now. Jeter's ready to bust off a couple big ones right here. I can feel it myself right now. This team does own a nice personal best, way out at 21 feet 9 inches. Current average sits way out at 18 feet 4 inches as well. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Philomena and Jeter. Jeter is ready to go, locked on that tug. Jeter's so ready, Philomena about got to go swimming there herself. Here we go, Jeter. Wow, big jump by Jeter right there. A lot of skim across the water. The backside was actually the last thing to come in the water. Very close to a new personal best. That's a huge jump at 21 feet 6 inches for Jeter. 21 feet 6 inches. Good boy. Right within 3 inches of that personal best. Nice job, buddy. Nice job, Jeter. A lot of speed down the dock that time. Good run down there. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Philomena and Jeter. On deck will be Chris and his Belgian Malinois, Kobe. Nice toss out in the pool. Bumper set right around 24 feet. Philly's going to back Jeter up to what looks to be about the 25-foot mark. Jeter almost went all by his lonesome. We get a jump to that tug. We're looking good, and maybe a new personal best. Another big jump by Jeter, and another lot of skim on that one, so that's going to be a really big jump also. Really close, just a little bit shorter, but still a huge jump by Jeter on jump number 2 at 21 feet 1 inch on jump number 2. Good boy, Jeter. 2 really big Jeter jumps right there. Nice job, buddy. Good boy. Next up on the dock, big, powerful male Belgian Malinois. This is Chris and Kobe. They will be taking a non-scored practice jump as well. Get Jeter leashed up. Jeff jumping the gun again. This is Chris and his big male Belgian Malinois. This is Kobe, non-scored practice jump right here. Team has jumped into the Premier Division. Very, very hard thing to do with a score of 28 feet 0 inches. Big, powerful male Malinois right here. Nice jump right there. That was a big one. Good warm up there by Kobe. Beautiful toss by Chris. On deck we'll have Debbie and Libby, followed by Lourdes and Lilo, Cindy and Little D, Abby and Logan. In the meantime, 2 scored jumps coming up here for Kobe. Once again, have that huge personal best out at 28 feet 0 inches. Current average sits at 25 feet and 11 inches. That was a big. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Chris and Kobe. That warm-up jump leaves us anything to show. This is going to be a big one. Wow, beautiful jump. Nice height. Really good-looking jump. Jump number 1's a good one for Kobe, coming in at 27 feet and 1 inch on jump number 1. 27 feet and 1 inch. Good boy, Kobe. That was a big, powerful jump. Scored jump number 2 coming up. If either of those first 2 jumps left us anything to see, this is going to be another big one by Kobe. On deck is Debbie and Libby, followed by Lourdes and Lilo, Cindy and Little D, Abby and Logan, Margaret and Lucy. Scored jump number 2 right here. Got Kobe set back what looks to be about 39, 40 feet maybe. Hard to see completely over the railing, but that's what I'm going to guess. Been flirting with that 28-foot mark all weekend long. Nice looking team right here. Once again, on deck is Debbie and Libby, followed by Lourdes and Lilo. Got Kobe set at the back. Here comes Chris to the front, getting ready to go right here, and here we go. Another good-looking jump by Kobe right there. Jump number 2, almost identical, just about 1 inch shorter, coming in at 27 feet and 0 inches on jump number 2. 27 feet, 0 inches. Nice job, guys. 2 really good-looking jumps. A lot of hang time on those 2. Nice, nice, nice jumping. Next up on the dock, fun little team out of the Boise, Idaho area as well. This is Debbie and Libby. Libby was a top 10 qualifier at all of Russell Terriers for the 2020 season. Owns a huge personal best of 13 feet 5 inches. Current average sits at 7 feet 11 inches. Had an 11 feet plus jump earlier this morning. Big things in store for Libby today. Lilo on deck, followed by Little D, Logan, and Lucy. Libby is not taking a practice jump right into the 2 scored jumps right here. Wow, good girl, Libby. That was a really nice jump. Holy cow, Libby, 12 feet 6 inches on jump number 1. 12 feet and 6 inches. Good girl. Very big jump with a little rubber ducky in return. Good girl, Libby. Nice job, little girl. Can we do it again, even bigger? Debbie says we got a bigger one in us. Let's see what we got here, little Miss Libby. Guest holder Jeff on the dock. On deck is Lourdes and Lilo, followed by Cindy and Little D, Abby and Logan, Margaret and Lucy, and that will take us through the L's. Scored jump number 2 right here for Debbie and Libby. Another big jump. Think number 1's going to be just a little bit longer, but let's find out. Very, very close. Jump number 2, just a little bit shorter, but still over 12 feet at 12 feet 3 inches. Good girl, Libby. Good job. Got a little bit better push on jump number 1. Carried her about 3 inches further. 2 really big little jumps by Libby. Very good girl with the rubber ducky. Nice job, Libby. That was so good. Attention all competitors, attention all competitors. Anyone looking for a massage? We do have the massage out in the pool lobby. Go get signed up. Missing out, I know my dogs are going in there here shortly. We will have laser on site later as well. Want to thank all of our vendors this weekend. Next up on the dock, one of our brand new teams, event number 2 for this team. This is Lourdes and her little border collie, Lilo. Set a brand new personal best, splash number 2, just earlier this morning of 8 feet and 6 inches. On deck will be Cindy and Little Daenerys. No practice jumps, going right into score jump number 1 right here for Lourdes and Lilo. Get it, Lilo. Let's go get it. Oh, that's a good goal. Oh, little slip off the end right there. Jump number 1 for Lilo is coming in at 4 feet and 7 inches. 4 feet 7 inches. Good girl, Lilo. And a pink tip tail. I didn't notice that earlier. Was I blind or did we just do that? Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Lourdes and Lilo. On deck will be Cindy and Daenerys, a.k.a. Little D. Here we go, Lilo. There we go, much better on jump number 2. Big jump by Lilo right there, coming in at 7 feet and 9 inches. Good girl, Lilo, 7 feet 9 inches. Cute little border collie with Lourdes. Next up on the dock is going to be Cindy Dowling and Little D Daenerys, followed by Abby and Logan, Margaret and Lucy, then on to Callie and Maisie. Next up on the dock will be Cindy and Little D Daenerys. On deck will be Abby and Logan, Margaret and Lucy, Callie and Maisie, Katie and Mitzi, Debbie and Moose. Callie will be back up there with Murphy. Little D, here we go. Here it comes. That a girl, Little D. Good job. Big jump by Little D on jump number 1. That one's coming in at 4 feet and 3 inches for Daenerys. 4 feet and 3 inches for Little Daenerys. Good girl. Is it? I don't have any stats because we just hand rolled her in. So, Cindy thinks that's a new personal best at 4 feet. I have no updated stats on Daenerys. We choose a last-minute entry after we had everything entered. Go get it, Little D. Not quite then. Personal best sits at 4 feet 9 inches. Good girl, Little D. Another big jump for the little girl coming in at 3 feet and 11 inches. Good girl, D. 2 really nice Little D jumps. Good girl. Good girl, Little D. Bringing us to next up on the dock will be Abby Myers and her yellow lab, Logan, followed by Margaret and Lucy, Callie and Maisie, Katie and Mitzi, Debbie and Moose. Good girl, Little D. This will be Abby and Logan, non-scored practice jump coming up for this team right here. Logan is a fun little yellow lab. On deck is Lucy, followed by Maisie, Mitzi, Moose, Murphy, Nova, Pepper, Raven, Ripple, and Rogue. Good boy, Logan. Nice job, buddy. Logan does have a nice personal best out at 12 feet and 10 inches. Current average sits over 12 feet as well at 12 feet and 2 inches. On deck, I've got Margaret and Lucy, followed by Callie and Maisie, Katie and Mitzi, Debbie and Moose. In the meantime, we got Logan ready to go for score jump number 1. Got him set at what looks to be about 13 feet of dock. Like to keep these newer teams closer to the end, build confidence, get them jumping further and further and further. Good boy, Logan. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Abby and Logan. Wow, good boy, Logan. That was a nice jump, buddy. Good job. Nice toss there. That's going to be a new personal best for Logan, coming in at 12 feet and 11 inches by 1 inch. Good boy, Logan. 12 feet and 11 inches on jump number 1. Good job, buddy. Jumping as far as he's running, that's quite a feat. This boy has a huge future in the sport as well. Wow, buddy. Nice midair grab by Logan, and that's going to be bigger yet, I believe. In fact, it is brand new personal best one more time, coming in at 13 feet 5 inches. 13 feet and 5 inches. Good boy, Logan. My math almost failed me there. 13 feet and 5 inches on jump number 2, and back-to-back personal best for Logan. Good job, Logan. Nice job, my boy. Next up on the dock from Park City, this is going to be Margaret and Lucy, followed by Callie and Maisie, Katie and Mitzi, Debbie and Moose. Callie will be back up there with Murphy. Super fast little mixed breed right here. Second event ever. Already have a huge personal best set just this morning of 22 feet 0 inches. Lucy going right into her 2 scored competitive jumps. No practice this time around. Looking to improve upon that personal best set just this morning. Had a beautiful run down the dock and a nice toss there by... Ton of speed once again by Lucy. Left the dock just a little bit early that time. Still going to be a big jump coming in at 20 feet and 10 inches. 20 feet and 10 inches on jump number 1 for Lucy. Good job. That was a really nice jump. Ton of speed for this little girl coming down the dock. On deck once again we have Callie and Maisie, followed by Katie and Mitzi, Debbie and Moose, Callie and Murphy, Erica and Nova. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Margaret and Lucy. Ton of speed for this girl coming down the dock. Still a beginner team right here, just barely took up the sport. Wow, huge jump right there by Lucy. That's going to shatter her personal best by a lot. Oh, so close to that green level. 23 feet 11 inches on jump number 1. Beat it by almost 2 feet. 23 feet 11 inches on jump number 1. Oh my, good job by Lucy. Amazing toss right there by Margaret. Lucy followed it all the way into the pool. 1 inch separated them from that elusive elite level jump. Big, big jump there by Lucy. That was perfection right there. Beautiful toss, ton of speed, huge stretch out into the pool. That was a picture-perfect jump. Next up on the dock, this is Callie and Maisie. No practice jump for this team. I want to thank Callie for all the help she's provided as volunteer all weekend long. Here helped us set up on Thursday and Friday. She actually beat me here this morning. Nobody's ever beat me to the pool before. Till today, Callie actually beat me. She's been a huge, huge help this weekend. I want to thank her for that. This team does own a personal best out at 23 feet and 11 inches. Current average sits at 20 feet and 1 inch. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Callie and Maisie. Beautiful, beautiful toss. Good looking jump by Maisie. Jump number 1 comes in at 19 feet 0 inches. Good girl, Maisie. 19 feet and 0 inches on jump number 1. Good looking jump right there by Callie and Maisie. taking our victory lap back down the side of the pool and leaving our tug. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Callie and Maisie. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Callie and Maisie. On deck will be Katie and Mitzi, followed by Debbie and Moose. Callie will be back up there with her other dog, Murphy. Followed by Erica and Nova. Scored jump number 2 right here for Callie and Maisie. Nice toss there. Big jump by Maisie right there. Much, much bigger on jump number 2. Big Maisie jump all the way out to 21 feet 9 inches on jump number 2. 21 feet and 9 inches. Good girl, Maisie. Nice, nice jump right there. Good looking toss by Callie right out in front of her. Beautiful looking jump by Maisie. That's going to bring us to the next team on the dock. This will be Katie and Mitzi, followed by Debbie and Moose, Callie and Murphy, Erica and Nova. Mitzi is not taking a practice jump. This team does have a personal best of 15 feet 10 inches. Current average of 14 feet 9 inches. And we're going to got her backed up, ready to go. And here we go. Going to turn her loose right here. Here we go, Mitzi. Nice jump by Mitzi right there. Jump number 1 for Mitzi is a really nice one, coming in at 13 feet and 6 inches on jump number 1. 13 feet 6 inches. Good girl, Mitzi. Got a new bright bandana on, I see. I like it. Not bandana. It looks like it's just a nice looking collar. Bright, bright collar. Wow, great toss. Good looking jump by Mitzi right there. That's going to be another personal best for Mitzi, coming in at 16 feet 7 inches on jump number 2. Over 3 feet bigger than jump number 1, coming in at 16 feet 7 inches. Good girl, Mitzi. Big, big jump on number 2 there. Next up on the dock, this is going to be Debbie and Moose. On deck will be Callie and Murphy, followed by Erica and Nova, Ashley and Pepper, Ashley and Raven, Trina and Ripple, Candy and Rogue. No practice jump coming for Debbie and Moose. Wow, another big Moosey jump. Very, very good. And it is. Much bigger jump this time, even by Moose, coming in at 22 feet 8 inches on jump number 1. Brand new personal best. 22 feet and 8 inches. Good girl, Moose. The second she got her suit on, she started flying. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Debbie and Moose. Brand new personal best by almost an entire foot, set just last jump at 22 feet 8 inches. Set that other personal best of 21 feet 9 inches just earlier this morning. Good girl, Moose. Another big jump. Will it be as big as number 1? Very, very close, but not quite. Still over 22 feet at 22 feet and 5 inches. Good girl, Moose. 22 feet 5 inches on jump number 2. Brand new personal best on jump number 1 of 22 feet and 8 inches. One more thing I want to step back to. I've kind of forgot about this weekend. My fault totally. We are doing a raffle. All the entries are out back. It is for our buddy Grim. Grim is one of our recovering buddies, one of our fellow competitors. Had a big surgery earlier this year, trying to raise some money to cover some of those costs. Had a huge one. Ton of prizes out back. I know there's a ton of Ryobi stuff. There's Illuminate shading. Gift certificates to almost every place out there. Atlas has donated stuff. Wasatch K9 has donated stuff. Drawed out liniment in there as well. Tons and tons and tons of really nice items. Some handmade crafts in there. Everybody take a look out on the table out back. Donation tickets are raffle tickets. Are 1 for $5, 5 for $20, or an arm's length for $100. If your arms are short, we can find somebody with a much, much longer wingspan to get you more tickets. Everybody stop in, see the corner table out at registration. Let's get some money going in there for my friend Grim. Also want to thank Rice Miller for helping donate for that as well. She made a big donation to that fund at our last event. I wouldn't. Because if it's... Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Murphy. Good girl, Murphy. Scored jump number 1 is going to come in at 7 feet and 2 inches for Murphy. 7 feet and 2 inches. Scored jump number 2 right there for Callie and Murphy. Much bigger on jump number 2, coming in at 7 feet and 10 inches. 7 feet, 10 inches on jump number 2 for Murphy. That's going to bring us to the next team on the dock. That's going to be Erica and her yellow lab, Nova, followed by Ashley and the Springer Spaniel, Pepper, followed by Ashley and Raven, Trina and Ripple, Candy and Rogue, Mary Beth and Ruby, followed by both Scouts with Sharon and then Shane. Non-scored practice jump. Beautiful warm-up right there for Erica and Nova. Score jump number 1 coming up right here. Personal best for this team set just earlier this morning of 19 feet 0 inches. Current average for this team sets way out at 17 feet and 2 inches. This is their second ever competition, ever increasing personal best for this team. Doing a lot of work, doing a great job. This team has really learned the game from the ground up. On deck will be Ashley and Pepper, followed by Ashley and Raven. Beautiful looking jump there by Nova. Really nice looking jump by Nova. Going to come in over 18 feet at 18 feet and 1 inch. Good girl. 18 feet, 1 inch on jump number 1 for Nova. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Erica and Nova. On deck is Ashley and Pepper. Wow, nice looking jump right there by Nova. Extremely close to that prior personal best. This is just short of it at 18 feet 11 inches on jump number 2. Great job at 18 feet 11 inches. Good girl, Nova. Good job. Right there for Erica and Nova. Erica and Nova just earned their senior title. 5 jumps into the senior division. Great job for a brand new team. Coming up next, the Little English Springer Spaniel will be Ashley and Pepper, followed by Ashley and the Wyme Raven. Trina and Ripple, Candy and Rogue. That will be the end of page 2 of my judges sheet. Non-scored practice jump right there for Pepper. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Ashley and Pepper. On deck will be Ashley and Raven, followed by Trina and Ripple, Candy and Rogue, Mary Beth and Ruby, Sharon and Scout. Pepper had a huge personal best of 12 feet 5 inches earlier. That's another really nice looking jump. That's going to be another personal best for this team, coming in at 13 feet and 5 inches, a whole extra foot. 13 feet 5 inches. Nice job, Pepper. Another big jump by Pepper. Another big jump by Pepper right there. Almost identical score. That's just a little bit shorter at 13 feet 3 inches. Another huge jump by Pepper, 13 feet and 3 inches. Good girl, Pepper. Very nice job, guys. Very nice job. practice jump. Huge jump in Weimer. Weimer right here. This is Raven with Ashley. Really nice looking jump there by Raven. Jump number 1 for Raven's going to come in at 24 feet 7 inches on jump 1. 24 feet and 7 inches for Raven. Team has a huge personal best way out in the Premier Division of 28 feet and 2 inches. Current average sits way out there as well at 27 feet and 5 inches. On deck will be Trina and Ripple, followed by Candy and Rogue. Jump number 2 for Raven, going to come in a little bit shorter. That one's coming in at 23 feet and 0 inches on jump number 2. 23 feet and 0 inches for Raven on jump number 2. Stick with that first jump of 24 feet and 7 inches. Next up on the dock, one of my favorite teams. This team has come a long, long, long ways. This is Trina and Ripple. Trina's been working with Ripple for a few years. Ripple used to refuse all the time to jump. Now she can't wait to get up here. Has a new personal best of 8 feet 0 inches. Current average sits at 5 feet and 6 inches. Thing I love about this team, no matter how hard they had to try it, how hard Trina had to try, she just kept at it. Ripple's favorite thing in the world. Good girl, Ripple. That is their non-scored practice jump. Good girl. Good girl, Ripple. And we're getting fancy now. Good girl, Ripple. That was a really nice jump. Holy cow, Ripple. 7 feet and 2 inches on jump number 1. 7 feet and 2 inches. Good girl. Thank you. Forget something, little girl? 7 feet, 2 inches with a big Ripple jump on jump number 1. Ran very hard down the dock that time. Speed always equals distance in this game. Scored jump number 2 for Ripple right here. Going to be a little bit shorter on jump number 2. Didn't quite have the run she had the first time. Jump number 2 is going to be a little bit shorter. That one's going to come in at 2 feet and 8 inches on jump number 2. 2 feet and 8 inches. Huge jump number 1 for Ripple right there. Good job, little girl. Next up on the dock, that's going to bring us to Candy and her Australian Shepherd, Rogue, followed by Mary Beth and Ruby, Sharon and Scout, Shane and Scout, Debbie and Silas, followed by Teresa and Sky, Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas, Maddie and Tenzing, Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper, Cindy and Kraken, and Addis will be your final dog of the splash. You gotta be. Good girl, Rogue. Big jump by Rogue right there. 12 feet and 11 inches. 12 feet, 11 inches. Jumped right past me. I had to catch up to her. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Candy and Rogue. Big jump by Rogue right there. Wow, nice job, little girl. Entire new division right there at 15 feet, 5 inches. 15 feet and 5 inches for Rogue right there. Good job. Brand new personal best by 8 inches and jumped into a whole new division. Good girl. Next up, fun team, fairly new team with us. This fastest little golden retriever you're probably ever going to see. Huge personal best, way out at 26 feet and 1 inch. This is Mary Beth and Ruby. Guest holder Callie on the back of the dog. No practice jump for this team. Current average sits over 25 feet at 25 feet 1 inch. Beautiful toss, big jump right there, and that's going to be a really nice score. Jump number 1 is going to come in at 25 feet 4 inches. 25 feet and 4 inches on jump number 1. Good girl, Ruby. Guest holder Callie on the back of the dock. On deck, I've got a brand new team with Sharon and Scout, followed by Shane and Scout, Debbie and Silas, Teresa and Sky, Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas. I want to thank all my competitors. Well, we've done a really good job staying lined up at the back of the dock in the back of the building. Haven't had to wait for anybody all day. I totally appreciate that. Scored jump number 2 coming right here for Ruby. Wow, really nice midair grab, and that's a big one. Oh, so close to a personal best, but not quite. Still a huge jump at 26 feet 0 inches. 26 feet 0 inches for the golden retriever Ruby. Nice job. Nice job by Mary Beth and Ruby. 26 feet for the golden retriever. Very nice jump right there. Beautiful run, beautiful jump, beautiful toss equals big jump. Next up on the dock, a team going for their very first ever competitive score. This will be Sharon Pearson and her Cocker Spaniel, Scout. Fun little guy right here. Had the pleasure to watch this guy practice a few times, and for a brand new dog, he's doing phenomenal. Ton of drive on this guy. This is Sharon and Scout, first ever time competitively on the dock. Sharon, very experienced dog sport handler. Just took up the sport of dock diving. Will be a non-scored practice jump on deck. I've got Shane and Scout, followed by Debbie and Silas. Good boy, Scout. Got him in the water. Now he knows what he's doing, ready to go. This boy's got a ton of drive on him. I love this guy. Practice jump into the pool. Now onto the 2 competitively scored jumps. Once again on deck is Shane and Scout, followed by Debbie and Silas, Teresa and Sky. Good boy, Scout. Really nice jump right there. Good jump on jump number 1 for Scout, coming in at 6 feet and 2 inches. 6 feet and 2 inches, very first ever competitive jump for Scout. Get him back up on the dock, ready to go for jump number 2. On deck is Shane and Scout, followed by Debbie and Silas, Teresa and Sky, Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas. Scored jump number 2 coming for Scout right here. Good boy, buddy. Jump number 2 is going to be 1 inch further out at 6 feet and 3 inches. Good boy, Scout. 1 inch improvement to 6 feet and 3 inches. Good boy, buddy. Brand new environment for this guy. Have me standing right next to him on the side of the pool. Will be taking their non-scored practice jump. Scout had his first ever competitive jump just earlier today, set a personal best way out at 20 feet 5 inches, excuse me. On deck will be Debbie and Silas, followed by Teresa and Sky, Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas, Maddie and Tenzing, Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper, Cindy and Kraken, Craig and Addis. Really nice run down the dock right there for Scout. There we go. Got our feet under us. Now we're coming out of the pool. Good boy, Scout. Practice jump in the pool right now. Get him set up, ready to go for score jump number 1. Once again, everybody make sure you get your entries into the raffle out back. Ton of great stuff, all on that little corner table out there. Ryobi stuff, tons of dog sport stuff, Illuminat, a little bit of everything out there. Some gift certificates to various places. Looking to raise a ton of money for our buddy Grim. Just starting his rehab process. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Shane and Scout. Wow, that's going to break their personal best. I guarantee it when I look at this one. Much, much, much bigger on jump number 1, coming in at 22 feet 9 inches. 22 feet and 9 inches on jump number 1. Just to think, just this morning was their first ever jump. 22 feet 9 inches on jump number 1. Looking cool. Number 2 coming up right here for Scout. On deck, I've got Debbie and Silas, followed by Teresa and Sky. Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas. Wow, beautiful stretch on that one. Another monster jump right there from Scout. Going to have a brand new personal best once again at 23 feet and 5 inches on jump number 2, 23 feet and 5 inches. Huge jump by a brand new team, inching ever so close to that elite level. Good boy, Scout. That was amazing. Next up. This is Debbie and little Silas. Cindy, guest holder on the back of the dock. I want to thank these two. They run our admin all weekend long out back. I have you for none, but do you want one? Okay. Practice jump coming right here for little Silas. This little guy can fly. Wait till you see this. Good boy. This boy has a huge, huge, huge personal best, way out at 18 feet 2 inches. Current average sits at 15 feet 10 inches. Just last night, I believe he got out over 17 feet. This boy carries a ton of speed down a short trip down the dock. On deck is Teresa and Sky, followed by Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas, Maddie and Tenzing, Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper, Cindy and Kraken. Holy cow, look at all that speed. That was a really nice little Tito jump. Jump number 1 is going to come in at 15 feet 0 inches. 15 feet and 0 inches for Silas. Good boy, Silas. He was revved up, ready to go that time. Had a big run down the dock that time. Little more height on this jump. We get a humongous jump by Silas. On deck once again is Teresa and Sky, followed by Terry and Stormy, Edie and Silas, Maddie and Tenzing, Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Jeannie and Trooper, or excuse me, Trinity and Trooper. Nice looking jump by Silas right there. That's going to be a big one. Oh, so close to a personal best. Just under 18 feet at 17 feet 11 inches. Good boy, Silas. 17 feet 11 inches out of the little guy. Nice jump by Silas. Good looking toss by Debbie. Had that same speed, got a little bit more lift and push off the end of the dock. Got 2.5 extra feet on that jump. Almost 3. Nice looking jump by Silas right there. That was good, buddy. That was really nice. Next up on the dock, this is your event coordinator. This is Teresa in her Belgian Malinois Sky. Team owns a personal best of 27 feet 9 inches. Current average sits well over 25 feet at 25 feet 2 inches. So again, this team has a two-time national champions at the super vertical competition. So much power on the last few steps coming down the dock here. Only if we could build up the speed with this girl she liked to run. Small little female Malinois. Nice looking jump by Sky right there. Big round one jump for Sky, coming in at 26 feet 8 inches on jump number 1. Wow, big jump by Sky one more time. That one might be bigger yet. Jump number 2 definitely coming in bigger with a score of 27 feet 0 inches on jump number 2. 27 feet 0 inches for jump number 2 on Sky. 2 really nice Sky jumps. Good girl, Sky. Nice job by Sky there. That's going to bring us to 2020's number 1 ranked Weimaraner in all of North America diving dogs. This is Terry and Stormy on a huge personal best of 27 feet 0 inches. Current average sits at 17 feet and 7 inches. Terry, are you doing 2 or 3? Good girl, Stormy. That will be non-scored practice jump right there. Get her onto her 2 scored jumps. And there she found it. Good girl, Stormy. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Terry and Stormy. Here a Malinois out back. Must be Edie and Silas. On deck is Edie and Silas, followed by Maddie and Tenzing, Sydney and Theo. Good girl, Stormy. Good run down the dock that time. Jump number 1 for Stormy's coming in at 13 feet and 10 inches. 13 feet and 10 inches on jump number 1. Get her ready, set up for jump number 2 right here. Good girl, Stormy. Jump number 2 going to be a little bit shorter for Stormy, coming in at 8 feet and 1 inch on jump number 2. 8 feet and 1 inch on jump number 2. Stormy. Next up on the dock, huge jumping male Belgian Malinois. This is Edie and her boy Silas. Got the pleasure of meeting this lady well over a decade ago. One of the best trainers you're ever going to come across. Big Silas has a personal best way out in the Premier Division at 28 feet 1 inch. Current average sits at 26 feet and 7 inches. Such a fun boy right here. Edie, very, very good handler on the dock. On deck is Maddie and Tenzing, followed by Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper, Cindy and Kraken. Addis will be your final dog of splash number 3. Right into their 2 score jumps. No practice jumps coming for this team right here. Oh, wait a minute. Edie. Beautiful toss. Big jump by Silas right there. Nice jump by Edie and Silas right there. Score number 1 is going to come in at 27 feet and 2. 7 feet and 2 inches for Silas on jump number 1. Good boy, Silas. 27 feet 2 inches on jump number 1. Good boy, big Silas. Got little Silas and big Silas. On deck is Maddie and Tenzing, followed by Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper, Cindy and Kraken, and Addis. Scored jump number 2 coming in at 16 feet 5 inches on jump number 2. Nice job by Silas right there. Big jump of 27 feet and 2 inches. Next up on dock is going to be up to Maddie and Tenzing, followed by Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Jeannie and Trooper, Cindy and Kraken. Final dog will be Addis. Good boy, Tenzing. Non-scored practice jump right there. This team does have a big personal best of 18 feet 9 inches. Big jump for such a big boy. On deck will be Sydney and her big black lab, Theo, followed by Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Maddie and Tenzing. Once again, personal best of 18 feet 9 inches. Current average sits at 16 feet and 7 inches. Each one of these teams trying to better their personal best each and every time up on the dock. Nice job, buddy. Good jump by Tenzing right there. Tenzing's going to have a brand new personal best coming in at 19 feet and 5 inches. 19 feet and 5 inches for Tenzing on jump number 1. Beat his personal best by 8 whole inches. Good boy. Next up on the dock will be Sydney and Theo following jump number 2 here for Tenzing. Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper, Cindy and Kraken, and Addis. See if he can better that mark. Just set out at a brand new personal best of 19 feet and 5 inches for Tenzing. And reset coming on Tenzing, broke a little bit early. Maddie wasn't quite ready for him coming down the dock. Going to reset him back here at what looks like to be about 34 feet of dock. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Maddie and Tenzing. Another good looking jump by Tenzing. Another really big jump, going to come in at 16 feet and 9 inches on jump number 2, 16 feet and 9 inches. Huge personal best on jump number 1 of 19 feet and 5 inches. Good boy, Tenzing. Next up on the dog with her black lab Theo, this is Sydney. Followed by Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper, Cindy and Kraken, and Addis. This will be Theo's first time back on the dock in just a little bit. Does own a huge personal best of 23 feet 9 inches. Most recent average set at 22 feet and 0 inches. We'll be doing the non-scored practice jump. Beautiful toss by Sydney. Good midair grab by Theo. No rust at all right there. Good boy, Theo. On deck once again is Tracy and Tonic, followed by Trinity and Trooper, Cindy and Kraken. Final dog of the splash once again will be Addis. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Sydney and Theo. Beautiful looking toss and jump. Good amount of speed coming down the dock. Really good first back jump for Theo right there. Going to be over 21 feet at 21 feet and 2 inches. Good boy, Theo. 21 feet and 2 inches on jump number 1. Good boy. This boy carries a lot of speed down the dock. He'll get some really nice height. Sometimes those carry way out into the pool. That's when he got his big personal best. You can get the speed and the height together. You get those really nice jumps. On deck once again, Tracy and Tonic, followed by Trinity and Trooper, Cindy and Kraken. Addis will be your final dog. Beautiful toss, big jump right there by Theo. Really nice jump coming in at 22 feet and 8 inches on jump number 2, 22 feet and 8 inches. Full foot and a half improvement from jump number 1. I'm going to hand the reins over here to Peter Davidson. Next up on the dock will be Tracy and Tonic.
Was a big jump for Tonic, coming in at 21 feet 9 inches. 21 feet 9 inches. Close to that personal best of 22 feet 2 inches. Little bit shorter jump there at 21 feet 6 inches. Good job, Tonic. On the dock now is Trooper, the Golden Retriever. That was Trooper's unscored practice jump. They're getting ready for their first scored jump. That is a new personal best for Trooper, coming in at 17 feet 6 inches. 17 feet 6 inches. Going to break their personal best again at 18 feet 0 inches. 18 feet 0 inches. Congratulations. On the dock, we have Kraken taking their unscored practice jump. Jump for Kraken coming in at 22 feet, 11 inches. Big jump there for Kraken, just a little bit bigger at 23 feet, 1 inch. Up next on the docks is Addis. Jump comes in at 29 feet, 3 inches. What? The second jump comes in at 29 feet 6 inches.
Last call, handlers meeting to the back of the dock, please. Last call, the handlers meeting to the back of the dock. Thank you. Back of the building as well. We're getting ready to start splash number 4 here at Coffee and Donuts at DogMode. This is our national championship qualifying event.
All right, we're back here getting ready to start splash 4. This is Callie on the dock with Craig. This is her first scored jump of splash 4. That was a very nice jump from Callie, breaking her previous personal best by 6 inches for 29 feet 9 inches. Shorter, but tying her old previous best at 29 feet 3 inches. Up next on the dock is Haley and Astrid. First jump from Astrid comes in at 7 feet 9 inches. A little bit shorter that time at 3 feet 9 inches. First jump for Atlas comes in at 15 feet 9 inches. Do that one. It's too late. That was a little bit bigger for Atlas, coming in at 16 feet 11 inches. There's Bart skying for a Eat My Shorts bumper. Love it for his unscored practice jump. Big jump by Bart, coming in at 23 feet 6 inches. Big jump by Bart, coming in that elite division at 24 feet 0 inches.
Next up on
So it was 23, 6, and then 20.
Next up on the dock's going to be Caitlin and Bash. No practice jumps for this team. This little guy has a huge personal best out at 19 feet 6 inches. Current average for this little guy sits at 17 feet, and here we go. Wow, good boy, Bash. Really, really nice. Another personal best for Bash, 2 extra inches, 19 feet and 8 inches on jump number 1 for Bash. Good boy, buddy, 19 feet, 8 inches for that little guy, and another brand new personal best. Carry your dog to the back of the dock day. On deck, I'm going to have Molly and Bella X1, followed by Vicky and Seal, Peter and Blue, Randy and Daisy, Tracy and Decoy. Caitlin will be back up with Doc. Jump number 2 right here for Bash. Coming up, beautiful brand new personal best on jump number 1. Nice job, buddy. Going to be tough to beat that first one, but it's still another really nice jump. Jump number 2 will be a little bit shorter. Another huge one for him, coming in at 18 feet 0 inches on jump number 2. 18 feet 0 inches and a brand new personal best of 19 feet and 8 inches. Good boy, Bash. Next up on the dock, all the way from the Boise, Idaho area, this will be Molly Johnson and her chocolate Labrador Retriever. This is Bella X1. On deck will be Vicky and Seal, followed by Peter and Blue, Randy and Daisy, Tracy and Decoy. Thank you, Susan. This is Molly and huge jumping chocolate Labrador Bella X1. This girl has a huge, huge, huge personal best of 27 feet and 5 inches. Current average sits at 23 feet and 4 inches. Beautiful toss as always by Molly. Good looking jump right there by Bella. That's going to be a big elite level jump coming in at 24 feet 5 inches on jump number 1. 24 feet 5 inches for Bella X1. Good girl. Good girl, Bella. Very nice toss as always by Molly. Beautiful looking jump by Bella X1. On deck once again is Vicky and Seal, followed by Peter and Blue, Randy and Daisy, Tracy and Decoy. We'll get Caitlin back up there with her other dog, Doc. Once again, all competitors want you to, everybody help out whatever you can for my buddy Grim. One of our fellow competitors had a big surgery recently. Raffle for him out back. Wow, nice, nice toss. Much bigger jump on jump number 2 for Bella X1. We crossed 25 feet on that one, all the way out to 25 feet 5 inches on jump number 2. Good girl, Bella. 25 feet and 5 inches. Nice job. Huge, huge jump and a beautiful toss as always by Molly right there. Good girl, Bella. Good girl. Very, very nice. Once again, as I was saying, everybody do what you can out back. We're having that raffle drawing fundraiser for our buddy Grim. Tons and tons of amazing stuff included in that raffle. We have gift certificates from many, many places. Things donated by Atlas Outfitters, Wasatch Canine Fitness and Training. Have Draw It Out in there as well. Plenty of good things for dog sport activities out there. Illuminat, Ryobi fans, extra batteries. All of it's out there. Go check it out. Lots of handmade goodies as well. Tickets are 1 for $5, 5 for $20, or 3 jumps for Seal. Going to be a non-scored practice jump. On deck, I've got Peter and Blue, followed by Randy and Daisy, Tracy and Decoy, Caitlin and Doc. On the dock now, once again, is Vicky and Seal, along with Jeff. This is North America Diving Dogs, #1 ranked Belgian Lacanois. Short dock warm up here with Jeff on the front of the dock. Beautiful boy, Seal. Get a big run on that one. That's going to be a huge jump. That was the best that boy's looked all day. Looking for a big jump right after that. Nice job, Seal. Ready to go this time. You must have fed him some Wheaties for that one. That was a big jump. Good boy, Seal. Elite level title dog right here. A huge personal best out at 26 feet 11 inches. Current average sitting at 20 feet and 2 inches. This boy's got a huge amount of power in him. Get a good run down the dock. Good push up the end. We're going to see a really nice jump here. On deck will be Peter and Blue, followed by Randy and Daisy, Tracy and Decoy, Caitlin and Doc. Scored jump #1 coming up right here. Vicky holding on the back. Jeff on the front. Good boy, Seal. That's the one we've been looking for. Nice job, buddy. Back in the elite level. That one's coming in at 24 feet and 2 inches on jump #1. 24 feet 2 inches on jump #1 for Seal. Good boy. That's the one we've been looking for today, buddy. Good job, Seal. On deck, once again, Peter and Blue, followed by Randy and Daisy, Tracy and Decoy, Caitlin and Doc, Maddie and Edmund, Stephanie and Finn, Marie and Gidget, Jessica and Hydra. So I want to thank everybody out there. This is Coffee and Donuts National Championship qualifying event here at DogMode. 6 different divisions separate our classes here. See dogs jumping anywhere from just over 1 foot all the way out to the 30-foot range, which is our premier division. Top 3 dogs in each level of those groups will get an invitation to the regional championships later this year. Jump #2 coming up right here for Vicky, Jeff, and Seal. Seal sounds ready to go. A little more fired up this time by. And there it is. Good boy, Seal. Nice jump, buddy, right there. Jump #2, going to be a little bit shorter. Still a big one coming in at 23 feet 7 inches. 23 feet 7 inches. Good boy, Seal. 2 really nice jumps there. Good boy, Seal. I thought that one was definitely going to be bigger than jump #1. Goes to show you don't really know until you see him hit the water. Next up on the dock, huge jumping black lab from Boise, Idaho. This is going to be Peter Davidson and Blue. This team also highly ranked in the North America Diving Dogs world. Last season was their very first season ever competing. Finished the year ranked #3 amongst over 600 Labradors. This team owns a huge personal best of 28 feet 9 inches. Current average sits at 25 feet 5 inches. No practice jumps coming up here for Blue right now. Once again, 28 foot 9 inch jump is their personal best. Guest holder Jeff on the back of the dock. Peter getting him locked and loaded all the way up to the front. Here we go. Scored jump #1 coming up right here for Peter and Blue. Got him pinched all the way to the right side of the dock there. Nice looking jump by Blue to get it started right there. Jump #1 for Blue is a really nice one coming in at 26 feet 0 inches on jump #1. 26 feet 0 inches on jump #1 for Blue. So again, on deck I've got Randy and Daisy, followed by Tracy and Decoy, Caitlin and Doc. Scored jump #2 coming up right here for Peter and Blue. Little tug with him. We know he got more in the tank right here. That was a massive jump of 26 feet 0 inches. Blue sounds like he's ready to go. Watch your fingers, Jeff. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Peter and Blue. Elite level jump, 26 feet 0 inches on jump number 1. Another nice looking jump by Blue right there. Jump number 2, a big one, going to be just a little bit shorter, but still another really nice jump at 25 feet 4 inches on jump number 2. 25 feet and 4 inches for Blue on jump number 2. Going to hang out with that 26 foot 0 inch jump, that big one on jump number 1. Good boy, Blue. Next up on the docks, going to be another Boise area, Idaho. Labrador, this is the yellow one. This is Randy and his little girl, Daisy. Set a personal best earlier just this morning of 23 feet and 0 inches. On deck, I've got Tracy and Decoy, followed by Caitlin and Doc, Maddie and Edmund, Stephanie and Finn, Marie and Gidget, Jessica and Hydra will close out page 1 on my judges sheet. Non-scored short dock practice jump. Beautiful, beautiful amount of lift and a big shower for me. Good girl, Daisy. That was beautiful. Once again, huge personal best set just earlier this morning of 23 feet 0 inches. Current average for this team has gone way, way up this weekend to 22 feet and 0 inches. Some really nice throws by Randy. Good runs down the dock by Daisy have turned into some really nice jumps for this team. Nice jump, beautiful midair grab. That's going to be a big jump by Daisy. Good way to start the splash. That one's going to come in at 22 feet 0 inches. 22 feet and 0 inches. Good way to start the splash right there for Daisy. Beautiful midair grab, nice looking jump. A lot of speed once again for this team. On deck is Tracy and Decoy, followed by Caitlin and Doc, Maddie and Edmund. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is North America Diving Dogs. We are DogMode, a sanctioned facility by North America Diving Dogs, distance jumping competition for canines. Basically long jump for dogs. That green surface you see up there we refer to as a dock. It's 40 feet long by 8 feet wide. The pool here is 20 feet wide by 45 feet long. Scored jump number 2 coming right here for Randy and Daisy. Another beautiful midair grab and another really nice jump for Daisy. Great job, guys, and that's going to be another brand new personal best coming in at 23 feet and 4 inches. 23 feet 4 inches, better than that personal best by 4 more inches. Good girl, Daisy. Great looking toss by Randy right there. She's driving right through that tug. Love to see that. Good girl, Daisy. They just get better each and every time they come out. Good girl, Daisy. That's going to bring us to a team from the Grand Junction, Colorado area. This will be Tracy and her Chesapeake Bay Retriever, Decoy. This team earlier today earned their very first ever elite level jump at 24 feet and 0 inches. On deck will be Caitlin and her lapdog, Doc, followed by Maddie and Edmund, Stephanie and Finn, Marie and Gidget, Jessica and Hydra. No practice jump coming for this team. Current average after that huge jump of 24 feet earlier moved them to 20 feet and 1 inch on their current average. On deck once again is Doc with Caitlin, Maddie and Edmund, Stephanie and Finn. Scored jump number 1 right here for Decoy. Beautiful toss, another really big jump. Going to be pushing that 24-foot mark, I believe. Almost there again. That's another big one coming in at 23 feet and 9 inches on jump number 1. 23 feet 9 inches. Beautiful toss once again. Great jump by Decoy. Very, very, very nice looking jump. Right here for Decoy. Another beautiful toss and another really big looking jump. Another 23-foot plus jump. That one's going to come in just a little bit shorter, but still huge at 23 feet and 4 inches. 23 feet, 4 inches. 2 really big jumps for Decoy right there. Nice job, buddy. 2 really, really big Decoy jumps. Those would have been personal best before that last splash. Each one of those. Really nice toss, really nice stretch by that Chesapeake Bay Retriever. Next up on the dock will be Caitlin and my little buddy Doc. If you don't like this guy, I'm not quite sure what's wrong with you. This guy is so much fun, so much little pizzazz and a little body. Caitlin made the trip up from Fort Collins, Colorado. Non-scored practice jump coming up for this team right here. They do own a personal best way out at 8 feet and 5 inches. You saw her just a little bit ago with her other little dog, Bash, jumping 19 feet 8 inches. This will be considered Caitlin's practice jump with Doc. Get him in the water, ready to go, get him primed for his 2 scored jumps. Got his own mini personalized Atlas Outfitters weighted dock diving tug. I want to thank Jessica for spending the weekend with us again, building all these amazing tugs that we used this weekend. That was, once again, the practice jump coming up right here. Scored jump number 1 for Caitlin and Doc. Personal best sits at 8 feet 5 inches. Current average sits at 7 feet and 2 inches. On deck will be Maddie and Edmund, followed by Stephanie and Finn, Marie and Gidget, Jessica and Hydra. And there he goes. Good boy, Doc. Jump number 1 for Doc's going to come in at 5 feet and 7 inches. 5 feet 7 inches for Doc on jump number 1. Good boy, little buddy. That's a nice jump. See if we can go even further this time, my friend. On deck once again, I've got Maddie and the Golden Retriever Edmund, followed by Stephanie and Finn, Marie and Gidget, Jessica and Hydra. That will conclude page 1 of my judges sheet. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Caitlin and Doc. Once again on deck is Maddie and Edmund. Much, much better on jump number 2 for Doc. Huge jump by Doc coming in at 7 feet and 8 inches on jump number 2. Good boy, Doc. 7 feet 8 inches. Nice job, buddy. Really nice jump there by Doc. Get that big guy leashed up back off the dock. Then we'll bring Maddie and the 3-legged Golden Retriever Edmund on the dock. Fun guy coming up next as well. Stephanie and Finn on deck, Marie and Gidget, followed by Jessica and Hydra. Then on to page 2 with Philly and Jeter, Chris and Kobe, Cindy and Kraken, Ashley and Larry, Debbie and Libby. Correct. So no practice, right? This is Maddie and Golden Retriever Edmund, personal best for a 3-legged boy, way out at 20 feet 11 inches. Current average sits at 17 feet 2 inches. This boy loves this game. No idea he doesn't have all four pushing off. Twice the work on that one leg as he leaves the dock. Still jumps out here a long, long ways. Nice way to start the splash right there by Ed. Jump number one for Edmund's a good one, coming in at 16 feet and 10 inches. 16 feet 10 inches on jump number one for Edmund, just getting warmed up. Next up on the dock will be Stephanie and Finn, followed by Marie and Gidget, Jessica and Hydra. In the meantime, jump number two coming up right here for Ed. It's again, huge personal best, over 20 feet at 20 feet 11 inches for Edmund. Seeing this boy get some huge run and jumps off this dock. So again, on deck, Stephanie and Finn, followed by Marie and Gidget, Jessica and Hydra. Score jump number two coming up right here for Ed. Good boy, Edmund. That was a really nice jump by Ed. Jump number two is going to be quite a bit bigger. That one's going to come in at 17 feet 10 inches. 17 feet 10 inches, a whole extra foot on jump number two. Good job, Ed. Carrying his personalized sloth tug made by Atlas Outfitters as well. I don't know how I missed that till right there. All competitors, also all of you out at home watching on the live feed, check out the raffle for my buddy Grim. Tons and tons and tons of nice stuff in that drawing. Raffle tickets are one for $5, five for $20, or $100 for your arm's length. If you have short arms, we can find somebody with longer arms. Make sure you get plenty of tickets. Next up on the dock, huge personal best set just early this morning by 1 extra inch as well. 26 feet 9 inches. This is Stephanie and Finn from Ryrie, Idaho. Marie and Gidget on deck, followed by Jessica and Hydra. Philly and Jeter, no practice jumps coming for Finn right here. Nice toss and a big jump right there by Finn. This boy's had a lot of big ones today. Another really good jump coming in at 25 feet and 8 inches on jump number one. Good boy, Finn, 25 feet 8 inches. Score jump number two coming up right here for Stephanie and Finn. On deck, I've got Marie and Gidget, followed by Jessica and Hydra. Philly and Jeter, Chris and Kobe, Cindy and Kraken, Ashley and Larry. Score jump number two coming up right here for Stephanie and Finn. Wow, another good looking jump, left a little bit early on the dock, and it's still going to be a huge jump. Jump number two is another big one coming in at 25 feet 0 inches. 25 feet and 0 inches. A little bit longer on jump number one. Two really nice Finn jumps. Good boy. Really nice Finn jumps right there. Help me keep. Nick, still doing three, Marie? Still doing three? This is Marie and Gidget. Marie is going to get Gidget wet here. Count this as her practice jump, then go right into her two score jumps. This team does have a personal best of 16 feet 4 inches. Current average of 14 feet 7 inches. Attention all competitors, once again, if you want pictures from our event photographer, Abby Blackstone, now Elkins, please get a hold of her. She will take plenty of amazing pictures for you and your canine. Pictures are by pre-sale only. Make sure she knows you want pictures of your dog so she can get those for you. I have many from her from our last event. They were the best pictures by far I've ever seen in this room. On deck once again will be Jessica and Hydra, followed by Philomena and Jeter, Chris and Kobe. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Marian Gidget. Once again, personal best sits out at 16 feet 4 inches. Current average for this team is 14 feet and 7 inches. On deck once again, Jessica and Hydra. We got this, Gidget. We got this. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Marian Gidget. On deck, Jessica and Hydra, followed by Philomena and Jeter, Kristen, Kobe, Cindy and Kraken, Ashley and Larry, Debbie and Libby, Lourdes and Lilo, Cindy and Little D, Abby and Logan, Margaret and Lucy. A lot of L's in this splash. This is splash number 4, coffee and donuts here at DogMode. Really hot day for a coffee theme. We got this, Gidget. 1:30 remaining on the clock. We got this, Gidge. You go get it, sweetheart. She didn't have. There is allowed 1 reset of the toy per jump. $30 remain on the clock for Marian Gidget. We got this, little girl. Let's get a nice one out here, Gidget. $15 seconds left on the clock for Gidget. Hydra on deck, followed by Jeter, Kobe, Kraken. One last run at it right here, Gidget. Let's get it, little girl. Unfortunately, that will be time for Gidget. Good girl, Gidget. We got this. We're going to get one of these. Want to thank Marie and Gidget. They've been a ton of help out at the administration booth as well. Love when Marie shows up. Most fun person to be around you'll ever see. Always easy going, has a good time. Her and Gidget, a very fun team. Gidget does get a little bit of stage fright when there's people in the building. Sometimes we get really big jumps. Sometimes we get, I don't feel like doing it today. Coming up on the dock next, this is the person that hand makes all of these Atlas Outfitters tugs for all of you out there using this toy. By far, in my opinion, the best toy in the entire game. She hand makes each and every one of those. This is Jessica and Hydra. All the way from Castle Rock, Colorado. On deck is Philomena and Jeter, followed by Chris and Kobe, Cindy and Kraken, Ashley and Larry. Hydra will be doing a non-scored practice jump. One of our new teams just set a brand new personal best earlier today as well of 16 feet 0 inches. Bringing that average way up as well. Wow, that was a good one, little girl. That was a new thing for you. A lot of air on that one. That's a huge step for this little girl. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Jessica and Hydra. Beautiful job, little girl. Really nice jump number 1 right there. A lot of height on that one. Good amount of distance coming in at 14 feet and 6 inches on jump number 1. 14 feet 6 inches for Jessica and Hydra. Good girl, Hydra. You'll see her mom coming up later in the splash. She is the daughter of Sky. How we were fortunate enough to meet Jessica. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Jessica and Hydra. Once again, mark number 1 was at 14 feet 6 inches, looking to beat that personal best of 16 feet and 0 inches. Nice jump by Hydra. That was really good. Hydra just broke her personal best one more time. That one's going to come in at 16 feet and 9 inches. 16 feet and 9 inches for Hydra. Good girl. Next up on the dock will be Philomena and Jeter. While we're getting Hydra leashed up, Philomena in here. Public service announcement, all of you out there. See Debbie or Cindy out at the admin booth for Snout Snacks product, locally sourced elk horns, bully sticks, Bacon Barker freeze-dried treats, Mountain Wild slow-cooked treats, bully stick holders, CBD treats also. Oh, sorry, the bully stick holders prevent from swallowing the end of the bully stick, keep them from getting anything lodged in their esophagus. Go see Debbie and Cindy out at admin. They will get you taken care of. Great homemade products. We use them with our dogs all the time. I think Philly told me no practice jump this time. That is correct. Right into the 2-score jumps. Jeter had really nice jumps last time. Has a personal best way out at 21 feet 9 inches. Philly's going to get that tug set out there in the water, pull Jeter back. Nice toss right out, perfect to the 23-foot mark. Perfect toss for how far her boy Jeter jumps. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Philly and Jeter. Whoa, that was different from Jeter. Let's reset, see what happens. Threw on the brakes really hard that time. Get to reset, do it again. Whoa, there's the good boy Jeter right there. Big jump for only 1 step at the end of the dock, all the way out to 16 feet and 9 inches. Huge jump for no run. Good boy Jeter, 16 feet 9 inches. Get that full run down the dock. That's going to be a monster jump. Good job, Jeter. Want to thank Philly for making the trip up from down by St. George. Always fun to see her here. She's always got a smile on her face. Everybody loves hanging out with Philly. Jeter, a fun boy to watch. If you haven't been paying attention, once again, he is named after the Hall of Fame shortstop, Derek Jeter of the New York Yankees. Current average for this team is at 18 feet 8 inches. Set that huge personal best of 21 feet 9 inches earlier. Biting at the tug. This boy's ready to go. Nice toss by Philly, right where it needs to be again. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Philly and Jeter. That was a good boy, Jeter. Huge jump right there. Philly, Philly, Philly. Whole new foot marker, 22 feet 2 inches on jump number 2. Brand new personal best, 22 feet and 2 inches. Good boy, Jeter. Huge jump by Jeter after he psyched us out on the first one. That a boy. Nice job, buddy. Huge jump by Jeter on jump number 2. Jeter says, I'm just going to play around on the first one. We'll mean all business on jump number 2, and I'm going to break my personal best all the way out to 22 feet and 2 inches. Good job, buddy. Huge jump, ton of speed down the dock that time. That's going to bring us to the huge jumping male Belgian Malinois from California. This is Chris and Kobe, followed by Cindy and Kraken, Ashley and Larry, Debbie and Libby, Lourdes and Lilo, Cindy and Little D, Abby and Logan, Margaret and Lucy. Kobe will not be taking a practice jump this time. Premier level jump personal best for this team at 28 feet 0 inches. Current average sits at 26 feet 1 inch. Been very consistent so far this weekend, around 27, 28 foot range. Big, powerful male Malinois. On deck is Cindy and Kraken, followed by Ashley and Larry, Debbie and Libby, Lourdes and Lilo. I want to thank all our sponsors this weekend. DogMode allowing us to have these events here. Blackstone Photography, Atlas Outfitters, Wasatch Canine Fitness and Training. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Chris and Kobe. Beautiful. Look at that stretch. Big looking jump right there. Jump number 1, a really nice one once again for Kobe, coming in at 27 feet 4 inches. 27 feet 4 inches. Beautiful toss by Chris. Great looking powerful jump by Kobe. Huge amount of power coming out the end of the dock right there. 27 feet and 4 inches. Hard to believe right before the splash, Chris was telling me these guys just took up the sport less than a year ago. Both brand new to the sport. Cindy and Kraken on deck. Ashley and Larry, followed by Debbie and Libby. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Chris and Kobe. Another great looking jump. That one might be a little bit bigger. Jump number 2 is going to be a little bit bigger, coming in at 27 feet and 8 inches. 27 feet 8 inches. Great toss. Big looking jump there from Kobe. Beautiful toss. That was a thing of beauty right there. Oh, so close to that premier level. Just a few more inches. That was amazing. Great looking toss. That boy is so powerful. Next up on the dock, small dog, tons of power, even more speed. Cindy Dowling and her boarder Staffy. This is Little Kraken. Several years back, I had this girl at a national championship event I was judging on camera. Craziest thing you would ever see. She beat all the Malinois, came in second overall in the entire country. Kraken actually passed her tug midair, spun her head around, so her backside was the very furthest thing into the pool. So that is where the score went. Jumped almost 28 feet. Non-scored practice jump. Good looking toss by Cindy right there. Good girl, Kraken. Love this little girl. Once again, back to that story I was telling, her back end passed her head. Scorer had to score a jump from the backside, which was the furthest thing out in the pool, created a humongous jump. Beat all the Malinois, everybody else at the event except for one. This team does own a personal best with North America Diving Dogs, way out here at 27 feet 9 inches. Current average sits at 23 feet and 6 inches. On deck is Ashley and Larry, followed by Debbie and Libby, Lourdes and Lilo, Cindy and Little D, Abby and Logan. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Cindy and Kraken. Beautiful jump. Good looking jump right there by Kraken. That's going to be an elite level jump coming in at 24 feet 0 inches on jump number 1. Best looking jump I've seen out of Kraken so far this weekend. Good girl. Better make that better so I get that score right. Can't even read my own writing. Elite level jump. Jump number 1 at 24 feet 0 inches. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Cindy and big jumping Kraken. Jump number 1 is elite level jump at 24 feet 0 inches. Score jump number 2 coming up right here. Good girl, Kraken. Another good jump. Is it going to be the same or close to the other one? Jump number 2, in fact, is going to be just a little bit bigger, coming in at 24 feet and 2 inches. 24 feet, 2 inches, back-to-back elite level jumps for tiny little Cracky. Good girl, Kraken. Good girl, little Kraken. That's going to bring us to the favorite name I've ever had for a dog. This is Ashley and my buddy Larry. Funny as it sounds, this name could not be more fitting for this guy. Larry owns a personal best of 12 feet and 9 inches. Current average sits at 11 feet and 1 inch. Larry will be taking a non-scored practice jump. A lot of big jumps coming, Larry. Your turn to get one, buddy. On deck will be Debbie and Libby, followed by Lourdes and Lilo. Cindy will be back up there with Daenerys, a.k.a. Little D. Abby and Logan, followed by Margaret and Lucy, which will complete all the L's for the splash. Nice jump by Larry right there on their non-scored practice jump. Good boy. That was a good jump, Larry. This is my guy right here, Larry. On deck is Debbie and Libby, followed by Lourdes and Lilo. Cindy and Daenerys, a.k.a. Little D. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Ashley and Larry. On deck, Debbie and Libby, Lourdes and Lilo, followed by Cindy and Little D. I hear Libby out back. Good boy, Larry. That was a nice jump. Really nice jump by Larry right there. Very, very close, buddy, but not quite. That's a huge jump coming in at 12 feet 7 inches for Larry. Good boy. Only 2 inches off of that prior personal best of 12 feet 9 inches. Nice job, Larry. Once again on deck, Debbie and Libby, followed by Lourdes and Lilo, Cindy and Little D. Get Larry wound up, ready for jump number 2. So close on jump number 1 to a new personal best. Once again, this is DogMode's 1 national championship qualifier for the year. Each top 3 team in each division will receive an invitation to the regional championships later in the summer. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Larry and Ashley. Another big jump by Larry. Good boy, Larry. That's going to be a bigger jump coming in at 13 feet 0 inches and a brand new personal best. 13 feet and 0 inches. Good boy, Larry. Good boy. That was such a good job, buddy. Such a good job, Larry. Next up on the dock, tiny little Russell Terrier. This is Debbie and Libby. Such a fun little girl right here. She came in top 10 of all Russell Terriers in North American Diving Dogs for 2020. This little girl has a huge personal best out to 13 feet 5 inches. Current average sits at 8 feet and 5 inches. This girl's had a good weekend so far, been well over 10, 11 feet every jump, couple 12s. I think she might have even had a 13 in there already. Guest holder Jeff on the dock, Debbie from up in near Emmett, Idaho. Good girl, Libby. Good jump. Didn't quite get the push she has on a few others, but that's still a big jump coming in at 10 feet and 7 inches. Big jump by Libby coming in at 10 feet, 7 inches, well over 2 feet over her current average. Got that rubber ducky. Love that rubber ducky. Good girl, Libby. On deck, Lourdes and Lilo, followed by Cindy and Little D, Abby and Logan, Margaret and Lucy. Once again, guest holder Jeff on the dock with Debbie and Libby. Jump number 1 coming in at 10 feet 7 inches. Personal best way, way, way out there for this little girl at 13 feet 5 inches. Not many teeny tiny dogs hit the end of the dock like this. Score jump number 2 going to be a little bit shorter for Libby, coming in at 9 feet and 0 inches. 9 feet 0 inches on jump number 2. Good girl, little Libby. Got the rubber ducky all the way out of the pool. All kidding aside, next up on the dock will be Lourdes and Lilo, followed by Cindy and Little D, Abby and Logan, Margaret and Lucy, Katie and Mitzi. Debbie will be back up there with Moose, followed by Erica and Nova. That will take us through the ends. Brand new team just a few weeks back. This is Lourdes and Lilo. Set a personal best earlier today of 8 feet and 6 inches. Cutest little border collie there is. Right into their 2 score jumps. Go get it, Lilo. Good girl, Lilo. Nice jump by her right there. Big jump by Lilo of 8 feet and 0 inches. 8 feet 0 inches. Good girl, Lilo. On deck after Lilo will be Cindy and Daenerys, Abby and Logan, Margaret and Lucy, Katie and Mitzi, Debbie and Moose. Good girl, Lilo. 8 feet 0 inches on jump number 1, within 6 inches of that personal best. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Lourdes and Lilo. 。 Once again, all competitors, we do have massage out in the pool lobby. Nice jump by Lilo right there. Another really good one by Lilo. Going to come in at 7 feet 9 inches on jump number 2. Good girl. Nice job, Lilo. 2 really good Lilo jumps. She is super consistent right around that 8 to 8.5 foot mark. Lourdes doing a fantastic job handling her brand new team. Super encouraging to her girl. I love to see that. So this game's all about building that relationship and that fun with your canine companion. Very much a team sport this is. Next up, biggest girl coming up on the dock. Oh, wait till you see this girl. She is the biggest competitor we have all weekend. That's right, stand back. Monster coming on the dock. This is Cindy and Denira's, a.k.a. Little D. This girl owns a huge personal best of 4 feet and 9 inches. Her current average sits at 3 feet 11 inches. Almost broke that personal best just last splash. On deck, I have Abby and Logan, followed by Margaret and Lucy. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Cindy and Little D. Abby and Logan on deck, Margaret and Lucy. Little fetch on the dock before we get going here. You see Little D start to hug that pole, you know we're about to see the jump. For this girl, that's like falling off a 200-foot cliff, but she loves to do it anyway and goes right up there and jumps off every time. That 2 feet is... Well, that comes up the dock, sits 2 feet over the surface of the water. That is like falling off a cliff for Little D. Our big dogs like the Malinois, other big breeds, that's nothing at all. But for this little girl, that's a huge mountain. Hugs that pole, and here we go. Here it comes. There it goes. Good girl, Little D. Nice jump right there. Jump number 1 for Little D is a big one, coming in at 4 feet and 4 inches on jump number 1. 4 feet and 4 inches. Good girl, Little D. That is a big jump for Little Denira's. On deck will be Abby and Logan, followed by Margaret and Lucy, Katie and Mitzi, Debbie and Moose, Erica and Nova. Here we go. Good girl, Little D. Another really nice jump by Little D. Little bit shorter on jump number 2, but still a good one, coming in at 3 feet and 6 inches on jump number 2. 3 feet 6 inches, had that huge jump of 4 feet 4 inches on jump number 1. Good girl, Little D. Such a good little girl D is. Once again, want to thank all of our sponsors for the weekend. We got Blackstone Photography, Draw It Out, Atlas Outfitters, Wasatch Canine Fitness and Training, the headlining sponsors for the weekend, as well as DogMode, allowing us to hold these events here. Coming up on the dock now, this is Abby and her yellow lab Logan. On deck, Margaret and Lucy, followed by Katie and Mitzi. Looking for homemade dog treats, go back and see Debbie and Cindy with Snout Snacks back at the registration booth. Anybody out there want some dock diving training, get a hold of Teresa at Wasatch Canine Fitness and Training. Contact DogMode as well. You will be able to get a hold of her. Wasatch Canine Fitness and Training does all the dock diving training here at DogMode. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Abby and Logan. Personal best, they said earlier today, of 13 feet 5 inches. Another good looking jump by Logan. This boy is having a great day. Logan did it again. 13 feet and 10 inches on jump number 1. 5-inch improvement over his personal best to 13 feet 10 inches. Good boy, Logan. Very, very nice jump there, buddy. That personal best just keeps getting pushed out further and further and further. Good boy. On deck, Margaret and Lucy, followed by Katie and Mitzi, Debbie and Moose, Erica and Nova. Number 2 coming up right here for Abby and Logan. Inching ever so close to that 14-foot mark. Beautiful, beautiful looking jump. A little more height, a little less speed. Not sure it's going to be quite as far, but that was still beautiful. Still another really nice Logan jump coming in at 12 feet 0 inches. Good boy, Logan. Very nice, buddy. Huge personal best set out at 13 feet 10 inches on jump number 1. Good boy, Logan. Can I get Teresa to the judges' stand, please? Teresa to the judges' stand, please. Fun little team. Just started the sport just a few weeks back. The night before our very last competition called, said, can we get in, get a quick lesson, figure out this game? I think we'd be really good at it. Turns out they were right. Only been even practicing this sport for just about a month. Already have a huge personal best of 23 feet 11 inches. Wait till you see this girl come down the dock super fast. They're learning this game very, very quickly, doing a great job. Margaret and Lucy here. Current average sits at 21 feet 1 inch. Personal best set recently at 23 feet 11 inches. No practice jumps for this team. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Margaret and Lucy. Ton of speed by that girl. Love watching this team jump. Really nice jump. Getting started right there. 21 feet 10 inches on jump number 1. 21 feet and 10 inches on jump number 1. Good girl, Lucy. On deck will be Katie and Mitzi, followed by Debbie and Moose, Erica and Nova. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Margaret and Lucy. That personal best set earlier today, only 1 inch off of the huge green elite division. Very competitive group this weekend in that elite division. A lot of premier jumpers as well. Huge jump right there. Did leave the dock just a little bit early, but that's still going to be a really big jump by Lucy. Another 23 feet jump for Lucy, coming in exactly at 23 feet and 0 inches. Good girl, Lucy. Huge jump of 23 feet 0 inches. Good girl. Very, very good. I'm with you. That was great. Love that team. Just started once again about a month ago. They're already almost pushing on that elite division. Fun little team. They have so much fun together. Next up on the dock, team set a new personal best earlier today as well. This is Katie and Mitzi. On deck will be Debbie and Moose, Erica and Nova. This team has had some really nice jumps already this weekend. Crushed their personal best. Their average now sits where their personal best had been prior to this weekend. Pretty new team, getting better and better and better each and every time they're on the dock. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to look for, all that practice paying off. Debbie and Moose on deck, followed by Erica and Nova. No practice jumps, right into the score jump. Ton of speed that time by Mitzi. Really good looking jump. Whole new foot at number coming in right there with a brand new personal best of 17 feet 4 inches on jump number 1. 17 feet and 4 inches for Mitzi on jump number 1. Good girl. Really, really nice jump. Ton of speed coming out. She gets faster every time down the dock. Bring me on deck will be Debbie and Moose, followed by Erica and Nova, Christine and Oaks, Ashley and Raven, Trina and Ripple. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Katie and Mitzi. Brand new personal best just set at 17 feet 4 inches. Another good jump there. Ton of speed coming down the dock. A little bit less lift. Going to be a shorter jump on number 2. Coming in right at 14 feet 0 inches. Brand new personal best set on jump number 1 of 17 feet and 4 inches. Great job there to Katie and Mitzi. Brand new personal best by almost an entire foot, almost 3 feet further than what it was earlier today. Talk about jump. On the dock, this girl has had a huge weekend so far as well. Seemingly every jump has been a brand new personal best, pushed it all the way out to 22 feet 8 inches. This is Debbie and her little golden female. This is Moose. I didn't see her. Are we wearing the flag again? Seems like when she wears the flag, she jumps further and further and further. No practice is going straight into their 2-score jumps right here. And she has another big Moosey jump. Nice, nice job. Great toss by Debbie. She did it again, Debbie. 22 feet 11 inches on jump number 1. 22 feet 11 inches by Moose. Good girl. This girl has gotten further and further and further with the new personal best on almost every jump this weekend. Great job by Debbie and Moose. Fantastic toss there by Debbie right out in front of her. On deck will be Erica and Nova, followed by Christine and Oaks, Ashley and Raven, Trina and Ripple, Gosha and Rizzo, Candy and Rogue, Mary Beth and Ruby will round out the R's. Beautiful toss by Debbie right there, right in front of Moosey's nose. Huge splash on that one. Another good-looking jump by Moose. Will it be where the other one was? Huge jump by Moose, not quite as far, but it's still a huge one coming in at 21 feet 7 inches. Good girl, Moose. 2 more really big jumps by Moose, and another brand new personal best at 22 feet 11 inches. Good girl, Moose. Next up on the dock, another fairly new team. These guys have been practicing hard, started right from scratch. Brand new team, Erica and Nova, little yellow lab. Come a long ways themselves in a short time, have a new personal best set today of 19 feet 0 inches. This will be Erica and Nova. On deck will be Christine and Oaks, followed by Ashley and Raven, Trina and Ripple, Gosha and Rizzo, Candy and Rogue, Mary Beth and Ruby, Sharon and Scout. That will be the end of page 2 on my judges sheet. Yes, handler Edie on the dock with Nova. My mind is now blown. Edie and Erica on the dock with Nova. This ought to be fun. Non-scored practice jump right here for Erica and Nova. Beautiful job by Edie and Nova right there. Great looking practice jump. Good girl, Nova. She likes the ramp on this side herself. On deck will be Christine and Oaks, followed by Ashley and Raven, Trina and Ripple, Gosha and Rizzo, Candy and Rogue, Mary Beth and Ruby, Sharon and Scout. Debbie and Silas, Teresa and Sky. Edie will be back up there with her Silas, Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper. Last dog of the splash will be Addis. Beautiful toss by Edie. Nice looking jump right there by Nova. Very, very close to a personal best on their first jump together. That one's going to come in at 18 feet and 6 inches. 18 feet, 6 inches for the first jump between Edie and Nova. Erica holding on the back of the dock. 19-0, Edie. You're almost there in one try. Very, very nice. This team gets better and better and better each and every time they're on the dock. On deck will be Christine and Oaks, followed by Ashley and Raven, Trina and Ripple, Gosha and Rizzo, Candy and Rogue, Marybeth and Ruby. A lot of huge jumping dogs coming up soon. Got another one in front of us right here with Edie, Erica, and Nova. Very, very nice, and that was a big jump by Nova. You may say that, but that's going to be a brand new personal best coming in at 19 feet, 7 inches on jump number 2. 19 feet, 7 inches. Big, big jump by Erica, Edie, and Nova. Very, very nice and a brand new personal best. Ton of speed down the dock. I think Nova likes that holder. Next up on the dock will be Christine and Oaks, followed by Ashley and Raven, Trina and Ripple, Gosha and Rizzo, Candy and Rogue, Marybeth and Ruby. Oaks owns a personal best of 17 feet 2 inches. Current average sits at 16 feet 10 inches. Yeah, it counts as your practice, but sure. On deck, Ashley and Raven while we're getting Oaks wet into the pool. Dog once again owns a personal best of 17 feet 2 inches. Current average sits at 16 feet 10 inches. This will count as their practice jump, just getting Oaks wet, getting him ready to go off the dock. On deck, Ashley and Raven, followed by Trina and Ripple, Gosha and Rizzo, Candy and Rogue, Marybeth and Ruby. First, we're going to get Oaks set up for score jump number 1 coming up right here. Once again, personal best sets at 17 feet 2 inches. Current average is at 16 feet 10 inches. I believe Oaks is a senior level title dog. Score jump number 1 coming up right here for Oaks. Once again on deck, Ashley and Raven, Trina and Ripple. Score jump number 1 for Oaks is going to come in at 13 feet and 6 inches. 13 feet 6 inches for jump number 1 for Oaks. Get Oaks ready for jump number 2 here. Once again on deck will be Ashley and her Weimaraner Raven, followed by Trina and Ripple, Gosha and Rizzo. In the meantime, score jump number 2 coming up right here for Christine and Oaks. This team does own a personal best out at 17 feet 2 inches. Nice jump by Oaks right there. Much, much bigger on jump number 2. That one's going to come in a lot further out at 16 feet 8 inches on jump number 2. 16 feet 8 inches, well over 3 feet of improvement from jump number 1. Nice job, guys. Next up on the dock, huge flying Weimaraner. This will be Ashley and Raven. This team owns a huge personal best out in the Premier Division of 28 feet and 2 inches. Current average is way out at 27 feet and 5 inches. Ashley and her beautiful Weimaraner. This is Raven. You saw her up there earlier with my buddy Larry. This is her big jumping Weim. This is Raven. On deck, Trina and Ripple, followed by Gosha and Rizzo, Candy and Rogue, Mary Beth and Ruby. Scored jump number 1 right here for it. Big jump by Raven that time. A lot more height than she's had on the last few. That was a good looking jump. And the score is going to reflect that. That one's coming in at 26 feet 6 inches. 26 feet 6 inches on jump number 1. Good girl, Raven. Very nice jump there by Ashley and Raven. 26 feet 6 inches on jump number 1. On deck, I've got Trina and Ripple, followed by Gosha and Rizzo, Candy and Rogue, Mary Beth and Ruby. Score jump number 2 coming up right here once we get Raven set. Ashley getting her fired up, coming back to the front of the dock. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Raven. Another good looking jump by Raven. Did leave a little bit early on that one. It's still going to be a really big jump. Jump number 2 almost as big, coming in at an even 26 feet 0 inches. Good girl, Raven. 26 feet 0 inches. Did leave the dock about 2 to 3 feet early, so that could have been a really big jump. Not that 26 feet is anything to shake a stick at. That was a big jump by Raven. Next up on the dock, another fun border collie. This is Trina and Ripple. This team is not taking a practice jump this time through. On deck is Gosha and Rizzo, followed by Candy and Rogue, Mary Beth and Ruby. Once again, all competitors, please check out the raffle out back. We're trying to do a fundraiser for our buddy Grim, one of our fellow competitors. Had serious leg problem earlier in the year. Had severe medical issues and bills on that, so trying to raise a little bit of money to cover those help cover those expenses for him. Raffle tickets out back, 1 for $5, 5 for $20, $100 for arm's length. You got short arms. Find Peter, he's got the longest arms here. A lot of nice things in that raffle, lots of Ryobi stuff. Everything is great for dog sport activities, as well as homemade stuff. Stuff from Atlas Outfitters, from Wasatch Canine Fitness and Training, as well as Draw It Out. Good girl, Ripple. Very nice jump number 1. Score on that one's going to come in just over 5 feet at 5 feet and 2 inches. Good girl, Ripple. Watch this team over the last few years get better and better and better. This girl used to just do it because Mom really asked her to, and she wasn't really fond of it. Now I'm not sure Mom can hold her back. She likes it so much. Good girl, Ripple. Another good jump by Ripple. That one's going to come in at 4 feet and 7 inches. 4 feet 7 inches for Ripple. Good girl. Nice job, Ripple. Next up, this is Gosha and her little border staffy. This is 9-year-old Rizzo, the little girl that could fly. Rizzo is a qualified lap dog with a personal best of 25 feet 11 inches. "16 inches or shorter at the withers." This girl can really get down the dock and really hit it hard at the end. I don't have you for one. Do you want one? Okay. No practice for Gosha and Rizzo right here. Love this little girl. Wait till you see this. Ton of heart, ton of speed, ton of power off the end. They're going this fast. Usually they don't get this kind of lift off the end, but this little girl can hit it. And there it is, another big jump by Rizzo. Oh, so close to an elite level jump. That is 1 inch off. A big jump by Rizzo coming in at 23 feet 11 inches. 23 feet 11 inches. Good girl, Rizzo. 1 more inch, we're out into that elite level group. Matter of fact, her being a lap dog, that is an elite level jump. Rizzo doesn't like playing with those. She likes playing with the big dogs because she beats most of them anyway. Huge jumping little girl right here. Gosha, phenomenal dog sport handler. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Gosha and Rizzo. Another big jump by Rizzo right there. I thought that was going to be a little bit shorter, but boy, was I ever wrong. That's a longer jump coming in at 24 feet 8 inches on jump number 2. Good girl, Rizzo. 24 feet and 8 inches just goes to show you never know until you mark the spot. 24 feet 8 inches on jump number 2. Good girl. The way they land can make a huge difference as well. Next up on the dock will be Candy and her Australian Shepherd. This is Rogue. On deck, Maribeth and Ruby, followed by Sharon and Scout, Debbie and Silas, Teresa and Sky, Edie and Silas, Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper. Final dog will be Addis. Candy and Rogue set a personal best just last splash out at 15 feet 5 inches. Fun team right here. No practice jumps. Good girl, Rogue. Really nice jump from Rogue right there. Jump number 1, a good one for Rogue, coming in at 13 feet and 1 inch. Good girl, Rogue. So again, personal best just set earlier today of 15 feet 5 inches. Current average at 13 feet 4 inches. That was a big one, Rogue. Good girl. Rogue did it again, too. That's a new personal best at 15 feet 9 inches. Good girl, Rogue. 15 feet and 9 inches. Good girl. Very nice jump by Candy and Rogue. Good job, Candy and Rogue. Next up on the dock, team been working very, very hard on their game lately, and it's definitely paying dividends. This girl's the fastest golden I've ever seen go down a dock. About a month ago, their personal best sat at 20 feet 0 inches. Now it's clear out to 26 feet 1 inch. Current average close to that, so very, very consistently big jumping. The current average sits at 25 feet and 2 inches. Love this team. They've been working very, very, very hard, and all the practice is definitely paying off. Ruby's getting better and better and better each and every day. No practice for this team, going right into their 2 scored competition jumps. Guest holder Callie on the back of the dock. Once again, personal best for this team sets out at 26 feet 1 inch. Current average at 25 feet 2 inches. Not a lot of Goldens can do this. This girl flies. Wow, another good toss and a big jump by Ruby right there. Good girl, Ruby. That's a big one. Almost a personal best, just a little bit short. 25 feet 11 inches on jump number 1. 25 feet and 11 inches. Good girl, Ruby. Nice job, Ruby. Jump number 1, a monster at 25 feet 11 inches. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here on deck. I have Sharon and Scout, followed by Debbie and Silas, Teresa and Sky, Edie and Silas, Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper. Final dog of the splash will be Addis. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here. Wow, that was bigger yet, I think. I'm wrong, it was not bigger, it was exactly the same at 25 feet 11 inches. One more time, good girl, Ruby. 25 feet 11 inches back to back, both jumps within 2 inches of her personal best. Great job, Ruby. Nice job by Ruby. Next up on the dock, team that just had their first competitive jump, the last splash. This is Sharon and Scout. Set that personal best at 6 feet 3 inches. On deck will be Debbie and Silas, followed by Teresa and Sky. Edie and Silas, Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper. Addis will be your final dog. Scout is on a mission. Such a fun little boy the Scout is. English Cocker Spaniel. Ton of drive in this little guy. I was blown away the first time I met him. Practice jump coming right here for Sharon and Scout. Good boy, Scout. Once again, set a personal best just earlier this morning with 6 feet 3 inches. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Sharon and Scout. On deck once again is Debbie and Little Silas, Teresa and Sky, Edie and Big Silas, Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper. Final dog will be Addis. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Scout and Sharon. Good boy, Scout. That was a really nice jump from him. He got it by 2 inches, 6 feet and 5 inches on jump number 1. Good boy, Scout. Brand new personal best for that guy as well, 6 feet and 5 inches. Good boy, Scout. On deck once again is Debbie and Little Silas, Teresa and Sky, Edie and Big Silas, Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper, and Addis. Final dogs of splash number 4 this morning. Score jump number 2 coming up right here for Sharon and Scout. Another good jump by Scout. Another personal best. That one's going to come in at 7 feet 0 inches. Good boy, buddy. 7 feet and 0 inches. Good boy, Scout. 7 feet 0 inches. Brand new personal best. Good job. Back-to-back personal best by Scout. Moved it all the way out to 7 feet 0 inches. Moving on to page 3 of the judges' sheet for this event, or for this splash, excuse me. A lot of big jumping dogs remain. Got Debbie and Little Silas, Teresa and Big Jumping Sky, Edie and Big Jumping Big Silas, Sydney and another big jumping dog in Theo, Tracy and her big jumping Chessie, Trinity and his very big jumping Golden, and Addis. This little guy is a big jumping little man. Do you want one? Okay, perfect. We're on the same page. Love it. Debbie, Cindy, and little Silas. This little man owns a huge personal best out at 18 feet 2 inches, and right there you saw why. 2 steps turned into a 15-foot jump. Good boy, little Silas. This little man's got some wheels on him. Is that a promise, Cindy? Because I want to see it. I want to be first in line to see him jump 19 feet. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Cindy, Debbie, and little Silas. Once again, personal best clear out at 18 feet 2 inches. That was a big one from Silas. I don't know about 19 feet, but it was really big. Over 17 coming in at 17 feet 4 inches. Good boy, little Silas. 17 feet 4 inches right out the gates there. Personal best for Silas is at 18 feet 2 inches. Current average 16 feet 1 inch. Just blew that out of the water. Good boy, little Silas. On deck once again, Teresa and Sky, Edie and Silas, Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper, and Addis. Good boy, little Silas. Usually jump number 2 for this guy is bigger, so let's see what we got in him. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Debbie and little Silas. Beautiful toss by Debbie. Darn near got a midair grab out of Silas. That's a really big jump. Little bit shorter than jump number 1. It's still huge at 16 feet 11 inches. Good boy, Silas. 16 feet 11 inches on jump number 2. Good boy. That tiny little guy sure got some speed and power in those legs. Next up on the dock, former 2-time national champion in super vertical. This will be Teresa, head trainer at Wasatch K9 Fitness and Training, and her Belgian Malinois. This is Sky. Current average sits at 25 feet 4 inches. They've had several 27-foot jumps already this weekend. Having a good weekend so far is Teresa and Sky. On deck will be Edie and Silas, followed by Cindy and Theo, Tracy and Tonic. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Teresa and Sky. Big jump by Sky right there. Jump number 1's a good one for Sky, coming in just over 26 feet at 26 feet and 1 inch on jump number 1. Good girl, Sky. On deck once again, Edie and her big male Belgian Malinois, Silas, followed by Sydney and Theo, Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper. Final dog of the splash will be Addis. Anyone in Salt Lake looking for dock diving lessons, this is the person you need to speak with. All the training here at DogMode is done by Teresa and her company, Wasatch K9 Fitness and Training. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Teresa and Sky. Another good-looking jump by Sky. Tons and tons of lift on that one. Scored jump number 2 going to be just a little bit shorter, but still a really good Sky jump, coming in at 25 feet 11 inches on jump number 2. 25 feet 11 inches, 2 really good Sky jumps right there. And we have another really big jumping Belgian Malinois coming up on the dock right now. You saw Edie up there with Erica and Nova earlier. This is Edie and her big male Belgian Malinois. This is Silas. This team has a personal best way out in the Premier Division at 28 feet and 1 inch. Their current average sits almost at 27 feet at 26 feet and 8 inches. No practice jumps for this team. Silas locked and loaded, ready to go. Edie's so much fun to watch up there. My dogs all love her. Scored jump number 1 coming up right here for Edie and big jumping Silas. Little miss on the timing right there. It's still going to be a really big jump for Silas. Still an elite level jump, Edie. That's still coming in at 24 feet 2 inches. Still an elite level jump at 24 feet 2 inches. Definitely not their most in sync timing they've had, but it was still an elite level jump. The big jumping Belgian Malinois. This is Silas. Those happen from time to time, and they still got an elite level jump. The ever perfectionist Edie up there. On deck, Sydney and Theo, followed by Tracy and Tonic. Trinity and Trooper. Addis will be your final dog of the splash. Nice midair grab and a much, much bigger jump by Silas right there. Much, much bigger, a ton of speed. That jump's a huge one coming in at 26 feet 5 inches on jump number 2. 26 feet and 5 inches for Silas on jump number 2. Good boy, buddy. Much better. Much, much better equals bigger jumps. Good boy, Silas. I do the same thing every time I'm up there, Edie. I'm always apologizing to Addis and Callie. It's a never-ending circle for me. That was a beautiful jump. Great toss. Huge stretch. Tons of speed. Good job, big Silas. Next up on the dock. This boy's first jump back in a long time was just the last splash. This is Sydney and her black lab, Theo. Will be taking a non-scored practice jump. Still have the 2020 number 1 ranked Belgian Malinois coming up in the splash. Recently coming off a broken toe, just finally starting to get her game back. Non-scored practice jump right here for Sydney and Theo. Once again on deck will be Tracy and Tonic, Trinity and Trooper, and Addis. Beautiful warm-up right there for Sydney and Theo. Great mid-air grab. We'll now back him up, get a full run, see what we can get out of him. Personal best for this big guy sits at 23 feet and 9 inches. Current average a whopping 21 feet and 11 inches. First time back in well over a year. This team is doing a great job. Beautiful toss as always by Sydney. Nice looking jump by Theo. Inching ever closer to that personal best. That one's going to be a big one for him, coming in at 23 feet 1 inch for Theo and Sydney. 23 feet 1 inch. Good boy. Nice toss as always by Sydney. Great looking jump by Theo. On deck is Tracy and Tonic, followed by Trinity and Trooper. Addis will be your final dog. Scored jump number 2 coming up right here for Sydney and Theo. Beautiful toss once again. Another good jump by Theo. Another really good Theo jump. Going to be just a little bit shorter. Still a big one at 22 feet 11 inches. Good boy, Theo. 22 feet 11 inches on jump number 2. Good boy. At this point, I'm going to hand the reins back over to Peter Davidson. Up next will be Tracy and Tonic, followed by Trinity and Trooper. Final dog ear splash. Number 4 will be Addis.
That was Tonic's unscored practice jump. That jump comes in at 19 feet 6 inches. Much bigger jump that time, setting a new personal best at 22 feet 7 inches. Beating her old personal best by 5 inches. Up next on the dock, we have Trooper with Trinity, or Trinity with Trooper. Jump by Trooper coming in at 17 feet 9 inches. Almost identical jump, coming in just a little bit shorter at 17 feet 8 inches. Up next on the dock is Addis and Craig. Addis holds a best of 31 feet 4 inches and a recent average of 27 feet 8 inches. Addis's first jump comes in at 30 feet 1 inch. second jump is just a little bit shorter at 29 feet 9 inches.